see a table with some ID badges, go ahead and find yours and just have a seat anywhere where there's books. So find your ID badge on the table up front and then have a seat anywhere where there's books. Bathroom is just on the archway on the right. If you need to use it, we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'm going to run next to it, take care of a few things. But just relax. It's easy class. I'm going to make it easy for you. I'll be right back. You're welcome. Okay. You get that. This this is the that then we whatever. And you have to get your name tag.
You know what the instructor is?
She's outside. She's got one line here. I'm not sure which one. So if you don't find your right set, take it.
Which table is that?
Oh, right there. Yep. So yeah, there's a here and there's one up there. So it looks like there's one there as well. So anywhere where there's books. What's your name? Rebecca. You're the one. Okay. That's I'll I will your folder and your ID pad, but I have to try to contact you a couple of times, because you have filed a dispute with me. Okay, yeah, and we'll contact you phone Yeah, so I didn't know where to expect you, so we're gonna have to take care of the payment.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, go ahead and have a seat, and I'll find your type badge.
Okay.
In just a second. Guys, give me just a second and we'll get started. Take a deep breath. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna make it easy. Easy is good, right? How many of you guys? Sorry, there's so much going on first today. Okay, pass this around. This is for emails because I wrap up emails after every single class. I've got to make sure that I have your correct email on file because I'm going to do a lot of stuff you definitely are going to want to use. Okay. So read your name, make sure that I spelled it right because that's what will be on your certificate. Look at your email, make sure that I don't have any typos in there. If everything's okay, you can just write okay. Or your signature. Something to let me know that you have to resolve, right? If anything is wrong, that's the stage you're going to use to correct it. Good? Okay. All right. Okay, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is Monday morning. Testing, testing. It is not working. Oh, you need to be plugged in. Okay. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. All right, guys. YouTube world. If you can hear me, please let me know in the chat. Good morning. Okay, for those of you that don't know, we do live streaming classes. So we are live on multiple platforms at the moment. And that's good news for you because I record all of them so you can go back and rewatch your specific class at any time. So it's a good review for you. But it's also good if you can't physically come to class. If something happens, you get a flat tire or whatever, you will have access to the live stream. And I'll tell you how to find it in just a few minutes. We're live on YouTube, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on our website. So actually 2 websites. So there's lots of ways for you to find us. And I'll go over all of that in just a little bit. Is Rylan here? Rylan? No. All right. So let me tell you a little bit about who I am and a couple housekeeping issues before we get started. I have cords everywhere. Okay, so those of you tuning in from YouTube world, if you can just let me know that you can hear me and that everything is coming through okay. So if you can hear and see us, put something in the chat to let us know that everything is good so I can proceed.
we'll wait for those to come in. All right. Good morning. Your name? Rylan. Come on over here. Have a seat right there. And there's your ID badge. Okay, so bear with me, guys. This is a brand new platform that I'm using to stream to multiple places, so you guys are so bear with me. I've got to do a couple of additional checks that I don't normally have to do. All right, so yes, you go. All right, thank you, Jody. I appreciate it. All right, so I don't know why I have to tell you. The fire marshal tells me I have to let you know that in case of an emergency, your exit is there. I mean, it's a small room. There it is. If for some reason the front is, you can't go out that way for whatever reason, then you can go out the back door. The back door will let you out, but it won't let you in unless you unlock it first. So if you're going out the back, unlock it before you go out. In an emergency, if you go out the back, don't turn to the left. If there's a fence there, it won't help you a bit. So out the back, turn to the right, you go to the parking lot, and then just sneak away. Call 911, please, because I'll still be stuck here. Bathroom is just beyond the archway on the right. This is adult education. You do not have to raise your hand and ask to go to the bathroom if you need to go there. If you need to step outside and take a phone call, step outside and take a phone call, but don't do it in this room. I have a lot of information to go over. I am going to talk nonstop for the next 4 hours. I'm not kidding. And I don't use notes. So if your phone goes off, it's going to distract me. So if you could just have your phones on silent for me, and if you need to step outside, please feel free to do so. Okay? Absences and tardies do not count against you. If you're not going to make it to class, I would suggest tuning in live. If you can't tune in live, then I would suggest watching the replay. That way you still get the content. Does that sound fair? Okay. I have got a ton of resources for you. If we're going to go over all of them, it can look a little overwhelming on day one, and I understand that. I'm going to go through it as slowly as possible. We're going to use a lot of repetition so that you can kind of understand everything that we have to offer and how to use it effectively to prepare for that state exam, because we want you to pass. More importantly, the employers out there really want you to pass because they have so many openings. They are begging for you. So we got to hit you past the test so that you can go to work. Okay? And that's my job. So my name is Patricia Laramie. I'm a registered nurse. I have been teaching this class for over 15 years. We are the #1 CNA program in Hernando County. But more importantly, we're the #1 on YouTube. Yeah, we've passed 100,000 subscribers and over 30 million views. So my program has actually been used by schools and colleges and employers all over the country. And that's why we live stream it, because right now I'm being live streamed into classrooms. So we are pretty big in the virtual world. Now, the reason that I bring that up is because right now you don't know me, and you don't really know what to expect out of the class. I've been doing this long enough, and I have got a reputation for helping you pass the test, but more importantly, helping you become a good CNA past the test, which to me is more important. Someday I will be the body in the bed, right? And a law of averages. So my goal is to make you good CNAs, and I've got a program that I developed from the ground up that is going to accomplish that goal with very little requirement on your part. As long as you can stay reasonably awake and you do the things I tell you to do, you will pass the test. Okay, good. Questions? All right. This room only has temperatures, iceberg, and Sahara. That's it. So you'll see me, and I have to adjust it at the break room. So you'll see me go back and forth. I'm up and active, so the temperature in here for me feels a little different than the temperature for you. So if it gets too cold, somebody throw something at me because I won't realize it. If it gets too hot, somebody let me know. Okay. Make sure we're up and running here. All right. So parking is on either side of the building, the parking lots. Okay, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you. Either side of the building, please leave my front spaces open for our other partners in the unit. You will have a break somewhere around 10:30-ish, 10:30, 10:45, something like that. We'll give you a 15-minute break. You can eat, drink in this room. There's no problem with that. Just clean up after yourselves. Please don't put liquid in my trash cans. Dump the liquid out in that sink. That sink works. Dump the liquids before you put them in the trash can. But yeah, you can, on break, you can go out and grab something to eat or drink. I know we're here till 1. It's a long time. You get hungry. I get it. If you're a little late coming back, it's okay. You might want to pull up the life feed while you're driving. But I will start after 15 minutes, so just come in when you can. Try to minimize the disruption though when you come in, okay? So the camera that's behind you, it's on a tripod. I do have a bracket coming to put it up on the wall. Just be careful when you're, moving your chair, unfortunately. We have multiple cameras in the room, and you're going to see some of those camera feeds. And that's just so that you guys can see from different angles how skills should be done. Okay? As some videos I'm going to show you as well. So, does anybody have any pressing questions before we get started? You need to be in uniform after today. So today is fine. But after today, you'll need to be in scrubs. You will need your blood pressure cuff and stethoscope next Monday. Don't need them today. Did anybody get the email I sent out this morning? Good. Very good. Very good. No? Okay. Just remind me if you did not get my email, and you check your email. If you did not get my email after class, come see me so I can make sure that I've got the right email address on file for you. Because like I said, I'll be sending you emails each day. Okay? Good? Questions? It's a bit more maybe for me. Yeah, a lot of people. All right. So this is the main book that we're going to be working out of. This is your spiral book. You are allowed to write in this one. It is yours forever and always. You can eBay it, you can burn it, you can sell it. I don't care what you do with it. It is yours. The other book, the yellow book, that is going to be returned to me on the last day of class. So please don't write in it or highlight it or make notes. That one is on loan to you. You are going to take it home and leave it there. We don't work out of that book in class. That is strictly for homework. So you're going to take it home and leave it home. Okay? And then bring it back the last day. Good? Good. Those of you who like audiobooks better, Audible does have Yellow Book in their Audible collection. I don't know how Audible works, but it's there. Other students were telling me about it. If you need it in Spanish, you can also order it from Amazon in Spanish. I don't have the Spanish version of it, but it is available. All right. Let's see if I can get this to pair up. There. All right. All these little gadgets to play with. All right. So those of you at home, if you do not have this book, you probably want to get it. Caitlin, if you can put the book order link in the bottom. Order the book. There you go. That's where you can order the book. Isn't it? Caitlin is doing a good job. All right. Okay. So the first thing that we want to talk about is what do CNAs do? You can go ahead and take that that off the screen. Thank you. This is going to be on page 10 of your white book. Everything that I talk about, remember the white book is the one that we use in class. So when I say turn to page 10 in your book, I'm always talking about the white book. And if you look at the front of the white book, that is my name. So it's a book that I wrote. It's being used by schools all over the country. We are the number 3 textbook publisher for CNAs. So when I say page 10, I'm always talking about my book. Now that's going to be important for you though, because there's going to be a few discrepancies between my book and the yellow book as you get into the program. If my book and the yellow book do not match up, always go by my book because it's written specifically for Florida. Okay. The other book is kind of a generic, whitewash, all the USA, nothing specific. So there's a discrepancy. Who do you listen to? My book. Good. Okay. I'm working on getting the yellow book out of rotation completely, but we're not quite there yet. All right. So the very first thing that we're going to talk about today is the care plan of the CNA. I'm going to show you a video for this. It takes about 17 minutes. Try not to fall asleep. Okay. This is the one video that I do not want you to sleep through. The rest of them you can kind of review later. This one is going to form the foundation that we're going to build on. Everything that I'm going to talk about today is based on this video. That's how important it is. Now, by the end of next week, you are going to know everything on that back wall. All those bright colors, all those winners. You're going to know everything on that back wall by the end of next week. Now, I know you're looking at it going, a lot of memorization. I'm not going to have you memorize. That is not what this is. I'm going to have you learn it. There's a big difference between memorizing something and learning it. So I'm going to lead you through all of this every step of the way so that by the end of next week, I'm going to remind you, hey, remember I told you know all this? But you're actually going to sing all of that back to me. I'm going to say something and you're going to give me the rest of it. And it just makes it super easy. And I have students that sat in class years ago that when they hear the first part of something, they will automatically say the rest of it. It will stick with you. And they're basic nursing principles that you are going to use throughout your entire career. So I'm going to make it super easy. But we're going to start out with skill rules. And that's what this video is all about. Okay, good. And then we're going to do a little activity to see if we really got what we needed from that video. Good? Questions? All right. So let me go ahead and play the video. Oh no, Brenda, I'm sorry. You're hearing feedback. All right. Is anybody else on YouTube hearing feedback? Maybe I don't have the audio. Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, guys. Yep, that's why. Okay. All right, guys, is that better? Can you hear me better? Let me know if you can hear me better on that. Okay, while we're waiting on that, I'm going to go ahead and start this video, and then let me know. This video is on our website if you want to watch it. Yes, thank you. Okay, very good. Very good. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Brenda says she loves our classes. All right. Okay, so let me pull up this video.
Why it's
Now, I've never
always
tried
about
this
the care
before,
plan.
so we're going to
A
give
presentation brought to you by
try.
foryourcna.com.
This is a brand new program for me.
Thank
you. And, oh, brand new program. So I'm hoping it works. Yeah, like I said, guys, new program.
you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the
Okay, good. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure out the sound on this. Mic speaker. All right, let's see if that helps. I don't know.
written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job. Because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the Activities of Daily Living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs, bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation, since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication. This is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes. And they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days. And she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer. And the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help. But the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report and may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson. All right. Let's see here. Still learning. All right. So how do we know what to do with each patient? Care plan. So the first step of every skill is going to be to read the care plan, right? First step of every skill. That's important. The first step of every skill. There's a lot of people who watch the videos, go to class, and they mimic what they see, right? So they'll see the instructor doing range of motion, and they'll just do whatever the instructor does. They mimic. Well, the problem is that all the patients out there aren't exactly the same. I mean, that scenario would work if all of our patients were plastic, like this one over here, and we did the same thing to all of them. But people are all different. I mean, people come in all different varieties of ability. So you can't just mimic what somebody shows you to do. You have to have some way of knowing what to do with each patient. So remember, the very first thing that we do with every single patient is to read the care plan. Because this patient may need range of motion, abduction, adduction, rotation of the left arm, but the one right next to them may need range of motion on the hip and the ankle. Right? They're all going to have a different level of need. So that's where we start. We follow the care plan. Now, this is the one thing that trips up most people on the state exam, because they're grading you on following the care plan. That is like the biggest part of the grade, is following the care plan. And if you don't get this, the rest of it's going to be a little bit more difficult for you. So good? Don't worry, you're going to hear me say that about 300 more times in the next 4 weeks. So let's go to page 12, and we're going to see if you truly got it. So you will see on page 12 an activity there, which we're going to do together. But I want to point out, this is what we call a banner, okay, a principal's banner. This is exactly what I have on the back wall, right? I also have them here. Same thing. And these are the rules that we follow. This is a principle. This is something that's going to be applied to lots of skills. So CNAs perform the skills directed on the care plan. CNAs follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. And while we're doing those tasks, we're going to watch for any abnormalities or changes or pain or anything like that. And then what do we do with that information?
You report
Report it to the nurse. That is your scope of practice. That is what a CNA does. Seems pretty easy, right? Okay. So you're going to hear me say that a lot. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. And that keeps us right on track. So, where'd it go? Hold on. There it is. Okay, so page 12 is your skills book. So let's go ahead and take just a couple of minutes and do this activity. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes to do the activity. You can write in this book, but do the activity on page 12. Sorry, guys. I know your screen just cut out. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, when you're done, put your pens down and who's still working. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at number 1. Number 1 says to receive the display care plan, how far will you walk the patient? What do you guys think?
So,
It's not until the patient gets tired?
no,
Why?
because it's
Easy answer. Doesn't stay in the care plan. Yeah, very good, very good. All right, what about, what do you need to help this patient stand?
gate or transfer though.
Why can't I use a walker?
Because it doesn't say.
The walker's more stable.
It's not in it.
Very good. Very good. We're starting to get the concept here. Guys, how hard can the written test be? You're not allowed to think. Follow the care plan. Are you starting to get a sense of this isn't nearly as hard as I thought it was going to be because I don't have to make decisions? Good? Make sense? So that should take a little bit of stress off you. I know that we still have to learn the skills. I know all that. But one level of stress can go, right? Easy. All right. let's go down real quick. Number 3, I'll go through these real quick with you. The answers, by the way, in the back of your book on page 148, you'll see all the answers here. So this this is designed to be a workbook. You'll see questions in every single lesson. All the answers are in the back of the book. So number 3, which body part are we going to exercise?
Right hand.
Okay, why can't we do the left too? All right, but let me explain why. So this particular patient is stuck in bed. They had a hip replacement that went bad. It dislocated again. It didn't adhere real well. And because they're stuck in bed, they actually developed a blood clot in that leg after surgery. So that's a bad thing, right? So we're told to go in and exercise the resident's right hip, knee, and ankle. And the whole purpose of that is to prevent further blood clots from forming. We're trying to get a little exercise going there. But we go in and we think to ourselves, well, this patient's stuck in bed. I'll go ahead and exercise the other one too, just, because I'm here, exercise is good. And you go above and beyond and you exercise that right hip. Well, first of all, it just had surgery. That can't be good. And remember, the hip didn't seat properly, so you might be tearing tissue and nerves. The other problem is that you could also dislodge that blood clot and kill your patient. Neither of those are good outcomes, right? So as a CNA, we follow the even if our brain says something like, well, your brain will be in trouble. It really will. Be careful. And you'll see that on the state exam. People will go in, because I'll tell you about this in a minute. You'll actually see somebody else testing, and they'll go above and beyond, thinking they're getting extra credit. And then they can't figure out, well, why did I fail? I did more than what was asked. Why did they fail?
Because they didn't follow.
They did more than what was asked, right? They don't understand the concept of the care plan. Well, do we really want these people out there working with real live patients if they don't understand the care plan? That is the purpose of the test. Right there. That is the entire purpose of the test. Is to see if you can follow the care plan and if they're going to get you to deviate from it. Does that make sense? Good. If you kind of understand that, this test becomes super simple. It is a giant game of Simon Says. Do you guys remember Simon Says in grade school?
Yeah.
You guys remember that? Right? If Simon says do something, you got to do it fast, because if you don't do it fast enough, you're out. Right? If you do something that Simon didn't tell you to do, you're out. Well, this is just take Simon out and put the care plan in, and that's all this is, right? Follow the care plan as soon as it tells us what to do. So, not so hard if you remember that, but if you can remember that that is what the test is all about, they try to trick you a little bit, right? But we know that we're going to stick to that care plan no matter what. And that's what's going to help you pass the test. Okay? The people that fail the written tests do so because they think. It's off the brain. Turn off the brain. Yeah, follow the care plan. Now, we will have to think about a few things like emergencies, because emergencies, there's no time to go look something up, right? Emergency is a true emergency. So we have to learn a few things that we will be able to use our brain in. But when it comes to actual patient care, we're going to let the nurses take care of that, and we're just going to follow directions. But let me explain to you why. And why do you guys even exist? Why do CNAs exist? Well, it used to be years ago that nurses did all this. And nurses in training, student nurses, would kind of help out, right? But nurses, they did all the bathing, they helped the patient with toileting, they did all the feeding, they did all the turning, they did all the bed feeding. That was all part of nursing. Well, as nursing has become more complex And nurses' jobs are more complex. We're working with sicker patients, we're managing multiple medications, we're coordinating different tests and following up on lab results. There's a lot of nursing stuff that has to happen. So I don't really have the time to help this patient with a bed. I don't have the time to sit there and feed them. Now, ideally, it would be me. Because if I'm at the bedside helping the patient with a bedpan, I'll know if something is wrong. You know, if they haven't gone in 3 days, I'm going to know it. If they're going nonstop, I'm going to know it. I'm right there helping them. If I'm helping to feed this patient and he's really not eating all that much, I'm going to know it because I'm the one helping them. But the problem is that I don't have time to do all my nursing stuff and all this other stuff. So what I need is a helper. But I need a helper that's actually going to help. If I ask you, hey, you go help that patient with a bedpan, I need to know that first of all, you know how to use bedpan properly. But second of all, you're going to be my eyes and ears in the room. So if you notice something, you're going to come back and tell me because I'm not the one doing it anymore. Does that make sense? That is your role. So you should be working very closely with your nurse. If you're in a situation where it's you versus the nurses, the patient is always going to lose. Always. Because you guys are playing on opposing teams, and that's going to cost the patient. So if you're in a facility where you and the nurse are not getting along very well, transfer to another department, transfer to another shift, transfer to another place, because that's not going to do your patients any good. I'd love to tell you, I really wish I could stand here and tell you that every nurse you're going to work with out there is good. I wish I could tell you that, but it's simply not true. There are bad servers at restaurants. There are bad cashiers at big box stores, and there are bad nurses as well. So if you find yourself in a position where you're fighting with the nurse, that patient is not going to get cured. Save yourself a headache. Good? Sense? All right, let's keep going. So how many repetitions are we going to do on number 4? 3. Care plan says. Number 5, what's the safety concern for this patient? Yeah, no care plan in the real world will ever tell you that. You're going to have to recognize that, but for the test, they're going to give you a few heads ups. Okay. Documentation required. Yes. Yep. All right. So number 7, what vital signs do we have to take? Pulse. This one's a little bit tricky because pulse and respirations often go together. But remember, if the care plan says pulse, we're going to add in respirations on our own. We're going to follow that care plan. Starting to see it, right? All right. Now, I will tell you that this is the most failed skill on the exam, and the reason it is the most failed skill on the exam is because of number 8. Number 8 asks how long you're going to count, because care plan tells us to. But if you go onto YouTube and you search how to take a pulse, you're going to get a ton of answers, and most of them will be, well, if you need a minute reading, right? If you need, how many seconds are in a minute, right? Well, we don't have time to stand there for 60 whole seconds counting. I mean, that's a lot of time. So what we do in a clinical setting most of the time is we count for 15 seconds, and then we multiply that by 4, because there's 4 15-second segments in a minute, right? So if I count for 15 seconds, multiply that by 4, it's my full minute reading, and I'm only standing there for 15 seconds. That's a win, right? So, and that's perfectly okay out there in the clinical world to count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 as long as the care plan doesn't say otherwise. But what does our care plan say here? 1 full minute. So if you do that 15 seconds and multiply by 4, it's not going to cut it. Make sense? That is the reason that this is the most failed skill, because people try to take shortcuts and following the
Care plan.
yes, the care plan. So would it be helpful for you, do you think, to have the test and care plans so you know what to expect? Wouldn't that be nice? Anybody want those? They're right there on the page. Those are the testing care plans. There's 4 of them. Now we have to learn 20 skills. I've given you 4 of them. You want the rest? Probably. Go to page 17 for me. These are the actual testing care plan sets from the state exam. This is the actual, when you go to test, you're going to get one of these 11 clips. These are the actual sets used by state exam. Now notice, it has the care plan for 3 skills. It does not have supplies. It does not have steps. We have to learn those. Okay? But you will get the care plan for 3 skills. You're going to follow the care plan
Exactly.
exactly. If it tells you to do something standing on 1 foot, what are you going to do?
Just do it.
And yeah, work on your balance. Okay? Good? They won't, but you get the point. All right, good? Good. All right. So all of these skills, or most of not all, but most of these skills revolve around something called activities of daily living. And we heard about this on the video. ADLs is what we do as CNAs. Because remember I told you as an RN, I've got a lot of nursing stuff that I have to do. So I don't have time to help the patient with toileting and bedpans and bathing and brushing teeth and stuff like that. Those are all routine tasks that I can't assign to a helper. I can't assign to a helper to go do a sterile dressing change. I can't assign to a helper to go hang an IV. Right? I have to have repetitive, easy tasks that don't require a lot of thought. And I'm going to write it in a way, write the care plan in a way that tells you about anything tricky that you need to know about, any accommodation.
What page is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is on page 60. I apologize. Yeah, Caitlin, I don't have a thing for this. Don't worry about that. This is on page 60 of your book. Caitlin, make a note that we need to put at the interrupt on page 60. All right. So, yeah, I know it was page 12. We're going to ignore that. We're going to go to page 60. All right. So, activities of daily living is what we do, right? So, think about activities of daily living as what you do for yourself every day, right? You get out of bed. That takes all of my energy. My bed is a nice place. It's comfortable. I want to stay there. But if I get out of bed, usually what's the first thing you do as soon as you get out of bed? Where do you head? Bathroom. Sure. You think your patient's going to be the same way? Yeah, they have ladders. They have ladders. So when you get somebody up, you have to think about what you do normally so that we can start thinking about what they're going to have to do, right? So yeah, they need to go to the bathroom, but what do we have to look at if there's any change, any accommodation? The care plan. The care plan may tell us something different, like they need to use a bedpan or they have a catheter, right? So we have to rely on the care plan. But we have to think about, what do we do normally? And that's probably something similar to what your patients are going to do normally. And toileting is going to have to be pretty close to the top of the list. We also do things like bathing and grooming, dressing, and eating. Those are all ADLs. But there's a couple here that aren't quite as intuitive, right? Things like socialization. That is actually an activity of daily living. People that are isolated, that have no social input, tend to become depressed, moody, grumpy, isolated. They don't eat well. There's a lot of really big problems with that. So socialization is actually part of what we do. So should you be talking to your patients? Yes, you should. Rest is also an ADL because you have to have a certain amount of rest every day. I try to push that, but I'm here to tell you that as hard as I work, I can still never go so many hours without having to sleep. You have to rest at some point, no matter how much you don't want. Your body requires it. So there's a lot of things here that we are going to be responsible for. Bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding, toileting, socialization, rest, mobility. Those are all things that are in the CNA domain. This makes up 90% of what we do. 90% are ADLs. But what is the other 10%? Well, the other 10% are things that you don't necessarily do for yourself every day, but you're going to be trained to help the nurse with. So things like vital signs, right? Exercises on patients, range of motion, helping patients out of bed and into a wheelchair, right? Those are things you do on a daily basis. So we're going to learn a few nursing skills to help them as well. So this brings up a really good question that I usually get. Well, okay, if we're doing ADLs, that's our domain, and we're doing some nursing skills, what am I not allowed? Right? Where's my line? What am I not allowed to do? Well, the answer to that is you're not allowed to do anything you haven't been trained to do. Pretty simple. Right? If you haven't been trained, you can't do it. Now, you need to understand, though, that trained or training doesn't have to be an officer. I can actually take you to the bedside of a patient and I can train you to do a skill specific to that patient. And I train you and then I watch you do it and I'm available for questions, and that is trained. Okay, good? Sense? So that whole process is called delegation. And the reason that we have delegation, you're going to learn 20 skills plus hand washing here in this class, and that's going to make up the test. But every one of you is going to go to work in a slightly different place. You might go to work at the hospital. You might go to work at an assisted living facility. You might go to work at a nursing home. You might go to work at a mental health center. You might go to work at a pediatric daycare. You might go to work at a rehab center. You might go to work in home care. You might go to work in jail, or prison. You might go to work in a walk-in clinic. You might go to work in outpatient surgery services. There's a lot of places people are visiting CNAs, right? Outpatient surgery center. So there's a lot of opportunities out there, and each one is going to require a different level of care from you. So if you're working in an outpatient surgery center, this is somewhere you go in the morning, you have your surgery, recover a little bit, and then you stay home, right? You don't stay in a hospital overnight. Well, if you're working in pre-op, okay, pre-op, this is before they go in for surgery, you may be giving them a gown to get into, giving them direction, making sure that they've had all their jewelry removed, that they've emptied their bladder, all those types of things. And you might work at the same facility, but you're working in post-op. So this is after surgery, right before they go home. Now, your skill set is perfect for pre-op. You're fine. You don't need to learn anything else, but you're working in post-op. So we're going to train you on 2 additional skills. You are going to learn how to remove IVs and remove catheters before the patient goes home. Now, these are both very simple tasks. They seem scary because you're unfamiliar with them, but they're actually very simple tasks. So you would have the ability to do those tasks because you would be trained to do them. Now, if you transfer to the post-op section, we've got to train you. We can't just assume you know how to do them because she does. Good? Now, who's working in home? You were working in home care, right? Or no, you were working. You were working in home care? No? You? Who did I say healthcare? Anybody remember? Someone over there? Okay, whoever's in healthcare, you do not need those skills. You are not going to be removing catheters or IVs in a healthcare setting. Daycare, pediatric daycare, that was you, right? You are not going to be removing catheters and IVs in a pediatric daycare setting. Not going to happen. But you might have some exercises that we do with what we call spastic muscle syndromes, where we're stretching those muscles in a very specific way to prevent them from cramping up, right? And who was working in a walking clinic? Yeah, you're not going to need that skill, right? So are you starting to see that every place that you work is going to have a different level of skill it's going to require from you? So the test is down here. The test is our foundation. These are the skills that we may or may not use in our future workplace, wherever that may be. But we're laying a foundation. We're going to use those principles that we learn, however, in the new skills that we learn wherever we go. Good. So the defining characteristic here is that with the additional skills that you're going to learn, CNAs do normal. What's that mean? Normal means routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. CNAs do normal. Make sense? Everybody with me? That's important because I can't ask you to go and draw blood from a patient undergoing a code blue, where we're doing CPR and giving medications, and I just ask you, hey, can you go grab a couple bottles of blood? You've never been trained on taking blood. This is not a routine process. This is certainly not a stable patient. So that is not a delegatable task. Good? So if somebody asks you to do something, the first question you have to ask yourself is, do I know how to do that? Was I trained? If the answer is yes, that's good. The second question you want to ask is this a stable patient? If the answer is yes, that's good. Third question is, do I have a nurse I can go to in case of emergency? And if the answer is yes, congratulations, you got yourself a new skill. If the answer is no to any of those, stay away. Go notify the nurse, hey, I wasn't trained to do that. It's not a stable patient. It's not a care plan. That's not my task. Good. So that's called delegation. Now I have a whole lesson on delegation in on page, I think it's 8. Yep, 8. So page 8, talk about delegation, which is exactly what I just talked about. But page 9 tells you about liability, and this is the next question that most people come up with when I say something about delegation. They start asking, well, wait a minute, doesn't that increase my liability? So you need to understand that CNAs do not have liability as long as you're following the care plan. So remember this that we saw in the video? You guys remember this? Right? The RN assesses the patient, develops a care plan that gives you some tasks to do. While you're doing the task, you make some observations, and then you report this to the nurse, and that can change the care plan. You guys remember this? Well, the person here that has all the liability is the one doing the thinking. That's the nurse. So when we delegate tasks to you, you are not assuming liability. You are simply being an extension of that nurse. So as a nurse, as an RN, I'm pretty picky about what I'm willing to delegate because remember, I'm still assuming the liability and I don't know you all that well. We may have only worked a couple shifts together, and if I want to delegate something that's pretty high on the liability scale, that's going to put me at risk. So I'm glad to just do it myself, right? If I need to do something seriously technical, even though they know how to take an ID out, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm comfortable giving you that task when I'm remaining viable for it. Good? Makes sense? So even though you may know how to do something and you may be allowed to do it in your facility, that doesn't mean that the nurse that's liable for it is going to feel comfortable asking you to do it. Good? That's a scary place for nurses. Think about that for a second. If you're transferring a patient out of bed and you drop them on the floor, who's liable? The nurse. Yeah. Now, if you transfer the patient out of bed and the care plan didn't tell you to, who's liable for that? You are. That's right. So follow that care plan. Okay. Oops. All right. Okay. So we went over this already. This is on page 17. These were the testing care plans. They're also up here. This is our classroom set. So as we're practicing later on in the program, you can use this to select skills to practice. Okay. But they're in the book as well. Now this up here, these are the times associated with that care plan set. We're going to go into skill timing a little bit later on in the program. So for those of you who just can't wait, I have a whole lesson on it. You can look it up in the book and read it. But I try to kind of portion this content out so I'm not overwhelming you with too many details too early on. So we're going to come back to this a little bit later in the program. I think it's the second week. And I'll explain to you how the timing works and how it's actually set up to not work against you. They really work hard to make sure that you are successful on the test. They need you. Right? We're just trying to weed out the ones who aren't following the care plan. So if you remember so far, we've learned that CNAs follow the care plan, the whole care plan and nothing but the care plan. And we just learned that CNAs do normal. Remember, normal is routine tasks on stable patients, according to the care plan. Good? Everybody with me so far? All right. So now that we know what to do and we know who to do it on, we have to know how to do it. The test. And that's what the rest of the principals are going to tell us. They're going to provide a framework for us to use when we are doing skills. And they're going to make sure that you're doing the skills safely and competently and completely. So we've got a lot to learn there. But principles are going to guide our performance. Okay, these principles tell us how. So care plan tells us what, CNAs do normal tells us who, and the principles tell us how. Good. Anybody lost yet? Okay. So we're going to look at this banner right here. This is also on the back of your ID cards for the class. So this banner here points out what I have just said. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and we do normal. Principles are going to guide our performance, and then above everything else, that's important. There is a reason this is set up the way it is. This provides our foundation. This keeps us in our scope of practice, and on top of everything else, it's always about the patient. And we report everything we notice to the nurse. Those are our two main overriding guidelines for everything. Doesn't do you any good to go in and do a task, notice something, and not let the nurse know, because then they modify the care plan based on what you saw. So you've got to be in communication. And don't forget that there's a person under all of this. We tend to get really wrapped up in the skills, in the steps, because you're learning. Right now, it's all about you, and that's okay. You're in class, that's normal. But by the end of the class in 4 weeks, I've got to put you out of that mindset and into it's all about the patient. Yeah. So I got a lot of work ahead of me, but we're going to make it happen. But if you're ever wondering, can I do that? What should I do? One of these 5 answers is your answer. If you can remember this, that's 90% of the written test. Every single one of these covers some portion of the written test. Good? Okay, start to feel a little easier about the test. All right. So this is page 14 of your book, and it talks about scope of practice, which is this banner over here. So let me explain to you about your scope of practice really quickly. I'm going to give you a story to illustrate this. Okay. There was a nursing home who had most of their diabetics down one hallway. And the CNAs took care of these patients. And there was one patient in particular. He was what we call a brittle diabetic. Now, brittle means that their blood sugar levels go up and go down, and there doesn't really seem to be much correlation between food, medication, and numbers. Like they're all over the place. So this patient was really hard to manage. And the CNA was a really good CNA, and she knew the signs to watch out for. So when the patient got pale and sweaty and a little bit confused, the CNA went and found the nurse right away. Patient's pale, sweaty, a little bit confused. She watched the nurse, put some sugar and some orange juice, stir it up, give it to the patient. Patient got better. And this kept going on week after week. She would report to the nurse, patient's got some symptoms. The nurse would make sugar and orange juice, give it to the patient got better. Well, on this particular day, the nurse, her normal nurse, was out, the substitute nurse, who was on a lunch break, and the other nurse in the facility was dealing with an emergency. Patient, pale, sweaty, a little bit confused. So the CNA is like, okay, well, I know what to do here. Everybody else is busy. I'll just put some sugar and some orange juice and give it to the patient, and the patient will be, I've seen this a million times. I got this. I know what to do. So the CNA put some sugar and orange juice and gave it to the patient. Within 2 hours, the patient ended up in the ICU. Within 2 days, they were dead. Real story. So what was the difference? Why did it work for the nurse but not the CNA? Well, what the CNA didn't know is that the patient had a continuous blood glucose monitor on. This was something that sent the blood glucose readings to a little handheld device. And the nurse, before she gave the patient the orange juice and sugar, would look at that and notice that the reading was low. Okay? So the nurse took an action that the CNA wasn't aware of. Well, unfortunately, the symptoms of low blood sugar and the symptoms of high blood sugar are often the same. So on this particular day, the patient had actually an infection starting, which drove the blood sugar numbers up. And when she gave them orange juice and sugar, it put more sugar into the system, and with the infection, the patient just could never come in and ended up dying. So where did the CNA go wrong? The CNA thought she was helping. She really did. She did this with the best of intentions. But where do you think she went wrong? Easy answer, easy answer. She didn't follow the care plan. Okay. When we don't follow the care plan, even with the best of intentions, it could have a negative impact on your patient because you don't have all of the information that the nurses are working with. Does that make sense? So this scope of practice, I can't overstate it. It really is that important. We follow the care plan. And if we can't follow the care plan, we tell a nurse because they have access to more information than we do. Okay? Now, those of you who want to think, I encourage you to go to nursing school because we need good nurses. But we're not going to do that at the CNA level. We simply don't have enough information to work with. Have you ever gotten like half the story? I'm guilty of this, right? You get half the story and you jump to a conclusion, and then you go back, and then later on you find out the other half of the story that you didn't know, and you feel like, oh, maybe I didn't handle that quite right. Right, that just happened to me not too long ago. Right? I jumped to a conclusion. Well, fortunately, that pretty much sums up CNA life because you never get the whole story. So keep that in mind. All right. So we just went over this, the how the CNA plays. You're going to want to know this. It's on the back of your ID badge on purpose because it really is that important. It's the one banner I have up front and center, so you are staring at it all day, every day. And it is also part of every banner that you see on the back wall because it forms the foundation of what we do with all of those principles. So this you probably do want to know. Oh, we already for delegation. I'm out of order here. All right, let's get into the state exam. It's on page 6 of your skill book. I'm going to explain to you how the state exam works, and then we'll take a quick break. All right, so on testing day, when you register to take your test, you're going to register next week. Or I'll give you the registration forms. You'll register whenever you want to, but I'll give you the registration forms to go over. You will not be testing with the people in this room. Everybody registers independently. We don't register as a group. So our closest testing center is down in Tampa. We used to have one in Newport Richey. We don't any longer. They're consolidating them to major metropolitan areas. So Tampa would be our closest. Those of you in Citrus County, there is one in Ocala as well. Tampa has 2. This is the testing center list. It is these 2. So you can take a look at all the testing centers. It's always hanging up here. This is class resources, so you can take a look at it. And I mean, you can register to test in Miami and jump on a cruise ship afterwards to celebrate if you want to. I mean, there's nothing stopping you. Tallahassee has very nice beaches this time of year. You know. Business pleasure. It's good. All right, so you are going to go. Oh, good question, Kayla. Thank you, Caitlin. Good question, Kayla. This class is online. I'm live right now. Hi. And we also have an online program I'll be talking about in just a little while, so stay tuned so you can hear that information. All right, so if you guys see another comment pop up, because I don't always look at this, let me know. All right, so when you go into the testing center, you're going to be there with 7 strangers. They test 8 people a day, so 7 strangers. And you don't want to make friends on testing day. You do not. I know you're going to want to, but don't. Because I've seen this happen a lot. You'll go in, you'll sit down. There's nothing to do. You can't have your phones. You can't have study material. You're just sitting there staring at other people. It's a bit weird. So you start talking. And one of the first questions is, where did you go to school at? Where did you do your training? I don't remember how to do this. What did you learn? And the waiting room becomes stress central. Because what will end up happening, there's a million schools out there, and they all teach a little bit different. Doesn't mean that any of them are more right than any others. But you might say, oh my gosh, I learned in my school that you had to use 10 paper towels to dry your hands. What if they don't have enough paper towels? What do I do then? And you would say, 10 paper towels, are you nuts? No one uses 10 paper towels when they wash their hands. You only use whatever you need. And you might say, oh, wait a minute, hold on. My school said 5. So what are you thinking over there?
Something's wrong.
Oh, I am not going to pass this thing, right? Well, we haven't even got to the test yet, and I'm hearing all kinds of stuff. What in the world is going on here? So you need to understand those answers may or may not be right. Doesn't matter. Does not matter to you because you're going to do what I train you to do, period. Not going to care what they have to say. But those of you who are nice, do I have any nice people in here? Those of you who are nice, oh my gosh, you're going to want to fix it. You're going to want to fix it. You're going to say, oh, yeah, wait. My teacher talked about this, and she said paper towels don't matter. It's all right. Whatever you need. Paper towels don't matter. And you're going to try to fix it, right? Well, then they go into test. And you are the last thing they heard. And if they fail hand washing, who are they going to blame? You. Yeah. Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Self-confidence definitely has. So my goal is to train you so well that you aren't even going to listen to those people. You're not going to have any doubt. You're going to be like, hey, I got this. I know what I'm doing here. I'm good. And you will be good. Our pass rate's in the high 90s. Trust me, I got you. It's okay. But be careful on testing day. Don't make friends. After you test, go out to lunch, celebrate 2 margaritas at Chili's all day long. No problem. Before you test, these are not your friends. Wish them well. Good luck. But keep your comments to yourself. Because I have seen, we were a testing center for many years. And I have seen fist fights out in the parking lot. I am not kidding. So be careful. Okay. So you come in, you cannot bring your cell phones in. You cannot bring your study material in. It is just you, your keys, your 2 forms of ID, and your test admission letter. And if you don't have a way of printing it out, it's okay. They've got them. It's okay. But you definitely need to have your 2 forms of ID. Now, one of these IDs has to be a photo ID, a non-expired government-issued photo ID. So if your driver's license expired, you cannot use it. And I actually had somebody turned away from the testing center. They did not realize your driver's license was expired, but they weren't allowed to test. So photo IDs that are acceptable: driver's license, ID card, passport, military ID. Okay, good. Okay, so when you go in, trying to keep up here. When you go in, you need the 2 forms of ID. So one of them is a photo ID. The other one is something with a signature. So a debit or credit card will work fine. That if you sign the back, your social security card will work, or any of the other things that I just talked about, your driver's license, state ID card, passport, right? Those will work too because it has a signature. But you need 2 forms of ID. Now here's the catch. Those 2 forms of ID have to match exactly. So I've got, hold on, I have one of you. I wanted to point this out to you. Desiree. Who's that? Desiree. So you have a hyphenated name, right? So you have to make sure that both of your IDs match exactly. If one of them uses just the last name and the other uses a hyphenated name, you can't use them. They have to match exactly. Does that make sense? Good? Okay. All right. Looks like I'm having a technical issue. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know. I'll look at that in a minute when we go over. Okay, so 2 forms of ID and your keys. Now, once they get you into the room and they check you in and they make sure that you're you and you're not testing for your sister, and yes, that has happened before. Once they get you checked in, they're going to put you in a waiting room and then they're going to disappear. Now, in Florida, there's usually 2 RN evaluators. There may only be 1 if they don't have enough evaluators. So it's possible you may only have 1. but for the most part, they try to have two. It's actually for you. So when you go in and they put you in this waiting room and they disappear for a while, you're going to be sitting there going, let's get this thing started. Where did they go? What's going on? Well, what they're doing is pairing you up. There's nothing random about this. Nothing random about this. They're going to pair you up. So for our purposes, we make it pretty easy. So when they come back in, they're going to tell you, you guys are a group. Group 1, don't go anywhere. You're going to be testing first. You guys are group 2. You've got about a half hour, 45 minutes to kill, so you don't have to wait in the waiting room. You can go to your car, you can go get a cup of coffee, just be back here 30 to 45 minutes, okay? You guys are group 3. You've got about an hour and a half to kill, so Target clearance shopping. Come back in an hour, right? You guys are group 4. You've got about 2 hours before you have to be back in the center for testing. So 2 for 1 margaritas at Chili's. We'll see you in a little bit, right? So you don't have to stay in the waiting room while you're waiting to test. And most places are going to do the skills test first and the written test second. The evaluators can do the written test first if they have people there to retest written only. But most of the time it's skills first. So you guys are fine. They're going to take you into the testing area. Now, the testing area is completely separate from the waiting room. It is a closed room. Very important. You are not demonstrating skills in front of a live studio audience. You are only in this room with the other testing person and the 2 evaluators. That is it. There is a wall, a door, you are blocked off from the world. So if this were a testing center, there would be a wall right here with a door. All of you guys would be out here. So you've never been there before. You don't know where the washcloths are. You have no idea where the bed pans are located. So they're going to take both of you into that unit and they're going to give you a little mini orientation. This is the bed and how it works. These are your supplies and where they're located. This is our hamper. This is our drawer. Grooming stuff on the top, bathing stuff in the middle, toileting stuff on the bottom. It's always how it's set up. This is our patient bathroom area, hot and cold running water. The bedside commode is a patient toilet. So they're going to kind of lead you around. They're also going to show you where the privacy curtain is because every place uses a little bit different setup for privacy curtain. Once they have oriented you, they're going to pick one of you to go first. So the computer is going to randomly select your skill set. The evaluator does not, the computer does. Give me a number, 1 to 11. 9. Good job. So the computer randomly picks skill set 9 for you to perform. So the evaluator is going to get the care plan set, and they can't even trust that you know how to read, so they're going to read this to you. And then they're going to hand it to you, and that is yours throughout the entire test. So if you can't remember what the care plan said, you can stop, go over, and read it again at any time during your skill. But you need a patient to do these 3 skills on. You're just sitting around with nothing to do. So you are going to be the patient for her to do her 3 skills on. Now, there are some caveats to that. There are a few skills that are just a little too personal to be doing on other testing students. So for those, we're going to use a mannequin. There will be a mannequin in the skills lab for the test. But there's only 4 skills that we use a mannequin on. The rest of them are done on another testing student. Now, when you're being the patient for her to do her skills on, you're actually going to get a script. You are going to be told exactly what to say. You're going to be pleasant, cooperative, and you. Not a 90-year-old version of you. You. So if she is assigned to ambulate you, which is a fancy word for walk, you're going to walk like you walk, right? You're not going to do this, right? You're going to walk like you walk. Make sense? You're going to be cooperative. Yes, it's in your vocabulary. In fact, yes is the only thing in your vocabulary. Now, how many of you guys have any live humans at home? Anybody have a live human at home? Awesome. Dead ones don't help you a whole lot. Find the live ones. If you go home and you practice on somebody at home, whoever that person is, for whatever reason, thinks that they're going to win an Academy Award. And they will do all kinds of crazy off their rocker stuff, right? They'll turn into a 9-year-old invalid. They'll tell you, oh, you got to learn how to do this. No. When you have people at home that are helping you, make sure you lay the groundwork now. Okay, I'm going to be practicing skills on you. I just left my first day of class. I'm going to be practicing some skills on you as we go through. Teacher said you have to be you and nice and cooperative. If you want to help me pass the test, this is what I need. Set the ground rules now. Because otherwise, they'll do stuff like drool and spit, and some of your family members are just playing crazy. I don't know what they think's going on out there, right? So you want to lay those ground rules early. Good? All right, so you're going to do these 3 skills in the order listed. And when you're done with your skills, you would get a skill set, but it's going to be most likely a different skill set. You're going to be getting the skill set, handed it. You're going to do your 3 skills on her. You guys will go back out to the waiting room, and you still don't know if you passed it. You 2 would be brought in. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do hers on you. You'll go back out to the waiting room. You guys come in. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do hers on you. Go back out to the waiting room. You guys stumble in from Chili's. You do your skills on her. She'll do hers on you. And then you go back out to the waiting room. You guys all still don't know if you passed yet. Right? It is a long day. And then when everybody is done with the skills, then all of you will go into the computer lab and you will take the written test. The written is a multiple choice test done on the computer. You need no computer skills. They get you logged in. The only thing you need to be able to do is move a mouse and select a point on the screen. That's it. When you take the written tests at the end, when you submit it, is when you get your printouts that let you know whether you're successful or not. So your printout is going to look like this. This is the printout for the written test. Down here, it'll tell you all 5 of the testing categories, how many questions were in the category, and how many you got right. This is the written. If it says congratulations, you passed at the top, good job. My students do very well on the written because you know how to follow the. This is the printout for the skills. Now the skills is actually going to take up 3 pages. You've got this one that if it says at the top, congratulations, you passed, good job. Down here, it starts to list the skills that you had, and those will bleed over into the next page. But the last page is the one I want you to pay attention to. This one. This is called the item feedback. When you are doing your skill on her, the evaluators are going to have this checklist in front of them. And when you do a step correctly, you get a check mark. If you don't do a step, no check mark. If you do a step but do it wrong, no check mark. You only get a check mark if you've done it correctly. Good? Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. Now, the deficiencies are what's going to count against you. That's what's going to be entered into the computer at the end of your test. So if you don't have a check mark, it goes into the computer. And the computer is going to decide whether you passed or not based on the deficiencies that you got during that skill. So a question I get asked a lot is, how many steps can I miss and still pass? Very common question. And the answer is, well, it depends. It depends on how serious that step was, because they're not all weighted the same. Let me give you an example. So let's say that we're assigned to brush that person's teeth. Is she in a safe position to brush her teeth? Why?
It shows.
Right? If we kill our patient during the test, we're probably not going to pass, right? So what position does she need to be in? All right, so she needs to be in an upright sitting position. How many of you guys have brushed your teeth this month? Are you familiar with it? Do you know marginally? You've seen it done somewhere? Okay. When you brush your teeth, you're probably standing over the sink, and you're probably not standing up straight like this. You're probably doing one of these things, right? Why do you do that?
So nothing gets on your
Yeah, we're trying to keep our clothes clean. We want all that foam and saliva and rabid dog stuff to fall into the sink, not on us, right? There's a reason. Well, even if we put the head of the bed up, that patient isn't leaning forward and there's no sink there. They're sitting up. So what's probably going to happen?
It's going through.
Yeah, it's going to go everywhere. So what can we put on the patient that might protect the clothing?
Something.
Any of the above. Grab something, right? A napkin, a paper towel, a washcloth. I don't care what you use. Nobody cares what you use, right? But put something on them. All right. But has anyone ever died from getting toothpaste on their clothing?
No.
No. So which step do you think is more important to get right? Putting the head of the bed up or putting something on their chest? Head of the bed up, because if we don't do that, our patient could die. Does that make sense? So if you forget to put the head of the bed up, one step will fail you. If you forget to put a towel over their chest, who cares? They're a little messy, but they're not dead, right? So you could miss a few small steps. Does that make sense? But if you miss one big step, particularly one that kills your patient, it's not going to go well. So my job in teaching you the skills is to make it such a no-brainer for you that you wouldn't even think of doing the skill and forgetting a vital skill. Okay? So that's what I'm going to focus on as I'm teaching you these things. So the answer to that question is, how many steps can I miss and still pass? Is it depends. How serious was the step? Now, the algorithm that they use is a top secret algorithm. Nobody knows what the algorithm actually is. But every step is assigned a point value. And if you miss so many points, it will trigger a failure. Good? Does that make sense? Okay. Now, if you take the test, you're going to get feedback. If this page is blank, congratulations, you made a perfect score. And our students do quite often. You may not get this page at all. But if you do, read it. Read it. Because someday I'm going to be the body in the bed. Good enough is not good enough when it's me. Okay? How many of you guys want somebody to take care of you that, oh, they passed the test, but right? You want somebody that's really good at what they do. And that's why I want you to read this. Find out what your deficiencies were so that you can correct them moving forward. Right? Everybody deserves high quality healthcare staff. Does that make sense? Here's a joke for you. What do they call the doctor who graduated last in his class? Like, first is valedictorian, right? What do they call the doctor that graduates last in his class? Doctor.
My friend told me that at work. I forgot.
Yeah, they are still a doctor. Do you want to go to that doctor? No, you want high quality, don't you? Well, so do your patients. Read the feedback sheet and learn from it. Good? Questions? Okay. Let's go ahead and take a break. Come back at, I'll give you 11:05. Give you just a couple extra minutes. Come back at 11:05. And I'll get you. This is actually critical from page 19. Well, all of it, as we go, I'll be getting it. Oh, yes, yes, so put your CNAs, and password is number 4. Okay. 4, CNA. Right. Did you want to call her? No, you'll be good. Ooh. I'm taking.
I was shut.
Okay. I don't know if you pay for an actual class.
So,
Or
did you get the link? The other day? The books?
you should have sent it on the email, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me see if I have it here.
I'm gonna look it up here just one second.
Okay, because I was going to say I don't see it in this particular email.
Carrie, what's your last name?
Diaz. D-I-A.
Thank you. You go ahead and get your receipt for you.
Do we make an account for the
Yes.
That's what I was.
I'm gonna talk to you about that in just a few minutes. You don't need to make an account yet. You're gonna get an invitation in your email very shortly today. And we'll create an account once you put that link. Next word is the refill form.
I live like kind of county line. It's like more of like this you guys live here?
Yeah.
Okay, so like Springstead, like that's the closest school.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Did you go? When did you housing actually?
Oh, okay. Right, 'cause I'm poor.
What do you do?
You know where
You know where restaurant is?
reggae thing?
Or Ultra Sweet. Ultra Sweet. Oh, yeah, and then after just a little like that.
Okay, right. Where people
Yeah.
yeah, but
It's okay.
Yeah,
Carrie, like you call Carrie?
Okay.
There you go.
I'm not sure. I'll just check.
Okay. And then, what was your last name? I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Torres.
Sorry.
That's okay.
One second.
There's something towards
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to bring me the card, I can input it for you.
Okay, I have a picture of it. It was my mom's. Will that work? Okay. That's how we did it last time. So maybe it was we did it that way, but it didn't work. But she said they would have figured it out.
And then I'll get the, hold on one second. I'm juggling. And what is this? Thank you so much.
That's what we did.
Yeah, so just show them.
We did it.
It should.
So that's what.
Yeah, I really just yeah, you could apply. And, yeah, you could go. Over here? No, like, oh, it's free. Yeah, it's free. 50. For 10. You know, it's like what? Yeah, it's like that's where I'll put the hospital. And I'll check this website. Yeah.
Because I was putting your mask paint in.
Okay.
I actually put your mask over.
I'm sure they'll have to do it for this thing.
I've never come up with this, so I'm not really sure
Let's go.
how to do it.
Well, it sounds like you just said free. Yes, we do. This came out. Well, I just did this thing to catch it.
Yes.
So,
347.
And I forgot to send
Just make sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, really? Sorry, I didn't know that. Okay. And then I did work go to school. That's what I did. Sorry. I feel like I wish oh, yeah. That's what I did something else. So I was just going back to school to like the 2 classes that I had left. Or like, I don't know, like, probably, it'd be like a year or I'm like, oh, sure. Yeah, I just, thank you. Yeah, hold on. Let me see. People say we use it for like.
Okay, did anyone else like to see?
Yes.
Can I change my email to my paper? Oh, yeah, the paper's right up here. So just, go ahead and change your email and I'll take care of that.
I just have.
Okay, and Rebecca, here's your receipt. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, guys, give me just a second. I'm gonna go.
I've got just a couple minutes. All right, 5 more minutes.
Yeah, everyone did that was just, yeah. This is Caden. So he's very sweet and very let me see it. I don't even say Bob, he's from yeah. Everyone says he looks like me because if you see a picture of his dad, yeah. Let me see. Yeah, where's the picture of it? Right there. It's been in a college. Don't that I went to. She's on
Yeah,
those were
I tell her that's going to be interesting. Because I don't have. So you just go. That's good. It's too late for this. I could try. Probably fall. No, not this. If I took this probably
It's like it's crazy how they work out, and it's like the exact middle of
I don't know. Oh, what's her name? Oh, my name. I don't know the name. Oh, your name's
Yeah, I figured out a story, but they haven't aged since childhood.
yeah, I'm working Thursday. Yeah, so that's what that's right. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I feel like where are you from? Okay. Okay. Now, spring here. Okay. It's slow. Like yeah. Oh, really? What's her name? I know two together. Like I know it. Rivera. Yeah, but it's no benefit. Yeah. Yeah. And then it's hard. Oh, that yeah. I don't like it. It was too slow. It's freezing.
Yeah. You have to get like a pop like in the morning, and then sometimes we pop but like so like on Monday, like today,
Right. Hell no. Good luck with Lisa there. She's still there? Yes.
I know James. Yeah, she's still there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
You know, I was the other day. Just like, hey guys, it's going on. What's that?
Isn't he real? I thought they were great.
I guess they just called it quits. I was like, I'm sorry to hear that. I was like, no, you're
Oh, that guy.
All right, guys. All right, Rebecca. Oh, you are now. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. So give me just a second. I kind of report that my sound is a little messed up.
She's good for the most part. She keeps jumping from job to job. I said, girl, you have way more jobs than ever. She refuses to go to college. I was like, well, go ahead, keep working at minimum wage jobs. And I was like, don't ask me for nothing. I was like, great, you know. Yeah.
I know. So that's how I was. I was like, man, I'm just gonna stick to a place. I mean, I was doing good. I was at Gators when I left. Oh.
Okay, let's see if that is any better. So for those of you watching on YouTube and Facebook, okay, those of you watching on YouTube and Facebook, if you can let me know whether the audio feedback has stopped. I'm new platform. I'm still learning all the settings, so bear with me. Just let me know if the feedback is better. And is everybody's windows up? Because it's getting ready to rain.
Right.
I know. I know. All right, guys, let me know. I'm not seeing any comments. Just make sure here. Okay. Let me see if I can get some feedback here. That's better. Okay, good. Very good. All right, I think I fixed the problem. We'll see. All right, am I going too fast for anybody? Anybody lost? No? Everybody good? Remember that those are always up there for you guys to be able to play with. Okay. All right, so to recap what we just talked about, we have a waiting room in the testing center. You'll have two rooms. One is a computer room, one is a clinical skills room. They're private testing experiences. So when you're testing for your skills, there's at least 3 other people in the room, the 2 evaluators and the person who's your patient. When you're in the computer testing room, everybody will be in there at once. At the end of the testing day, once you're done with your written, you'll get your test results for both pieces. And if you pass both sections, you'll get your blue card, which is your certification card, in the mail, usually within about a week. Florida's super quick. Sometimes it comes even quicker than that, but Florida's really, really quick. Other states, it can take like 6 to 8 weeks to get your certification card. So we're really quick and on the ball. Everything is automated here. If for some reason, though, you are not successful, if you pass the written and failed the skills, you would only have to retake the skills. So whatever section you pass stays as a pass test for 2 years. So you would have 3 attempts to pass the section that you failed. So remember, when you fail it, that's attempt 1. So you've got 2 more to go. So you would only have to retake the section that you failed. But here's the thing. If you failed skills, when you go to retest, you're not getting the same skill set. You may have one skill that's the same, but the skill set isn't going to change. Okay? Remember, you have all the skill sets on page 17 of your book. Now, on page 19 of your book, you'll find all the banners that are on the back wall. So you have something to look at, to follow along with. And we're going to go into all of these in detail, just like we did for skill rules. We're going to go over all of these in detail. In fact, today we're going to learn the opening and the closing here very shortly. I've already done this. See, I make all these graphics and then I just start talking. Okay, so let's talk about the care plans real quick. This is on page 16 of your book. That's these guys here, right? There's nothing random about these. Nothing random at all. They actually follow a very specific, is it cold?
Yeah.
Pretty cold? All right, let me turn. I told you. Arctic or Sahara. Yeah, you might want to wear a jacket. When you get up and start practicing skills, it'll feel warm. Especially with this many bodies. All right. So this fall is a very, very specific pattern or formula. So on your skill set, you're going to have one ABL skill. You guys remember what ABLs were? Activities. Yeah, things you do for yourself every day. Bathing, grooming, toileting, eating, dressing. You'll have one documentation. Everybody gets a documentation skill. There are documentation skills. There's pulse, respirations, feeding, and the drainage valve. Okay? You will get one of those four, guaranteed. You're going to get one of those four. Pulse, respirations, feeding, or drainage valve. And then you'll have one mobility skill. Now the order might change a little bit. They may have mobility at the top. That's a possibility. But you will always have one from each of these categories. Good? Make sense? Okay. So there's nothing random about this. And a lot of people, when they take the test, particularly if they fail, they're always looking for somebody to blame, right? They'll say, oh, that evaluator gave me the hardest skills there were. Well, the evaluator didn't pick them, the computer did, and the skills are already pre-portioned in a very specific pattern. So understand the evaluator really has no bearing on this at all. The evaluator does not pass you. The evaluator does not fail you. All the evaluator does is stand there with a checklist. These are the checklists with indirect care. They stand there with that checklist, and when you do a step, they put a check mark. That's it. And then at the end of the test, they put everything without a check mark into the computer. The computer does all the work, the evaluator. So understanding how this is graded may help you kind of prepare for it a bit more. Okay? Now, we do something that's really cool when you're taking the test. We have the ability to make corrections. So I'm going to show you a video on this, what corrections are and how they're made. It can go from failing the skill to passing the skill in just a few words. So I think that's important. So hopefully we're also going to try out this little sound thing. Okay, no, we're not. All right.
The care plan and the CNA. Why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com.
So I thought I had it loaded.
Thank you for joining for your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified nursing assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the activities of daily living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head.
Really don't want to be there watching you wash your hands 6 times. They don't want to be there watching you throw up in the parking lot because you are so stressed over being tested. Right? They want to be at home in their pool drinking their Mai Tai. They don't want to be. So the sooner you can get done with the test and get them to their pool, the happier they are, right? So you need to keep that in mind. That evaluator wants to be at home in their pool drinking their Mai Tai. So if you're making mistakes and you're, okay, I gotta start over. 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 You are keeping them from their pool and their Mai Tai. Are you now their new best friends? No, absolutely not. So even though they're not grading you, they don't have the ability to pass or fail you, they're going to get really irritated. And that's not really a friend of Mai more cooperative evaluation in a scene. Does that make sense? They don't want to be there. They just, I would rather be on, you know.
You're making a correction for something that to do. Do you have to do all the steps after correction?
It depends on what you make. You can make a correction as you want. Okay. So if you figure out early on that you make a correction, make the correction and just go. If you're waiting till the very end, read that care plan and you realize that you did something wrong, make the correction and you've already did the skill, so there's nothing more to do. Okay. It really depends on when you make the correction. Good. Questions? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that sound. All right. So I have a video on this, on the testing categories that you can watch. And we're going to get into that here very, very shortly, how to watch these videos and all the resources that I have available for you. All right, so to recap what we just said, each care plan set has a documentation skill, a mobility skill, and an ADL skill. So this is a screenshot from that video I just told you about that you have access to. There are two places to find these videos. Sometimes I use a lot of information in my presentations because it makes it a little bit more fun, a little bit more colorful. I'm not the type of person that can kind of see a talking head in a screen, and usually the voices are like this, and they're pretty monotonous, and you fall asleep in about 15 minutes, and you don't learn a thing. That's not what I'm about. I'm about trying to make this as fun and as easy as possible. So I use a lot of animation. So this is a screenshot from the skills categories which you can watch. So you guys all have, I'm going to borrow this real quick. You guys all have this. So this is a whole bunch of the resources that I have available for you. You have the YouTube channel. I have a whole playlist that has animated lessons, and that's where you would find these. Animated lessons are going to be on our YouTube playlist. Skills videos, different playlists on YouTube. But there's another place that you can look. At the very bottom, you'll see foryourcna.com. You go onto my website, foryourcna.com. Foryourcna.com. Up at the top, the menu, you'll see CNA training, testing, after certification. Well, right now we're in training. That's where we need to be. So if you open up the training menu, you'll see animated lessons and skills videos. So I have it all together on my website for you. So you can watch any of these videos on the website. But they're not in a particular order. You kind of have to know what you're looking for, type thing. Make sense? So what I have is an online course that all of you are going to be invited to later today. So this is why I need to make sure I have your emails. So you're going to get an email from me later today that's going to give you an invitation. You're going to click on that link. It says accept invitation. Super important. Listen up. Super important. When you click that link and it takes you to my course's website, you're going to need to create an account. When you create an account, you have to use an email address to create an account. It has to be the same email address I sent that invitation to. So how many of you guys have more than one email address? Yeah, I do. Yeah, don't use the other one when you create the account. The email address is the glue that holds you to the course. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in. Now, that course has all of these videos and a ton of interactive activities, which we're going to see here very shortly. Okay, so class is kind of show and tell. In the course, it's deeper dive show and tell. but it's going to make you do things in each lesson. Very interactive, okay? And you have access to that. So these videos that you're seeing are available on YouTube, my main site, and the courses site that you're going to be receiving an invitation for. Good. All right, so when you are testing, I told you how to use this checklist, right? The problem is this is not a complete checklist. This is what Metric has on your website. This is what Metric says, hey, this is what we're going to do great, but it's not complete. They leave some things out of here, which I think is unfair. I think it's unfair. So what I did is I created skill sets, and I created checklists that have all of the steps we're going to be graded on. So there's some steps called indirect care, which we're going to get into in just a few minutes what indirect care is. But there's some steps called indirect care that you're going to see on these checklists, but they're not going to be reflected on these. So when you're practicing in the classroom, remember that this is a more complete checklist for you. Now the problem is that this checklist is written for RNs. Like one of the checkpoints says, did the candidate, that's you, use standard precautions and infection control measures when providing care? Doesn't mean a thing to you, right? You're not going to know if you violate infection control because you're still a student. So what I heard to do is filter this checklist through an RN brain and spit it out for students to use. And that's what I did for you. Okay, and that's what we're going to get into now. So these are the checklists that are going to be used during grading. So when you see that IC, that means that's indirect care. So it's not going to show up on the main checklist. This is something additional. Anything that you get right, you get a check mark for. You guys remember that? Anything you get wrong, you get a check mark, and that's called a deficiency. And that's what's going to count against you on the state exam. But here's the thing. We already associated. Hold on. Oh, we're going to come back to this. We're going to come back to this. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, there we go. So here's the thing. When I started creating this program about 15 years ago, I was teaching all of these skills as independent skills. Like pulse had nothing to do with range of motion. It had nothing to do with feeding. It had nothing to do with anything else. And as I was teaching, it was really hard for students because you had to learn like so many steps. And it was really confusing. And as I was teaching, I started to realize, hey, I'm, doing the same things for a lot of these skills. So what if we group those things together and you just learned that once and then just did it over and over and over again? And that's how we ended up with the principles. So you notice step one is exactly the same on all of these. So once I realized that, I took the checklist out and I actually, step two is exactly the same. Step 17 shows up on 6 different skills. Same wording. So how can I present this information to make it easier for students? And that's why we now have the principles. So you notice that a lot of these skills share the same step. Now, if they share them, that means that they are super duper important. Okay. So I'm going to show you a way of learning these. So again, step 2 is the same. I'm going to show you a way of learning this to make it a little bit easier for you, but understanding why these steps are so important. So on this one, ask resident about comfort or needs during care. This is just a general, it has nothing below it. Same point, but now it has something below it. same checkpoint, but has something below it. So this tells me that these two are the same. That there's something similar here. Okay. So what we did was create the principles. So this is the first one that we're going to start with. And this is the open. And we're going to do a activity together because I'm all about involving you guys in my madness. Which skill are we doing here? I can't remember. I think it's pulse. Range of motion shoulder. Okay. There's 14 of you. Okay. All right. So you're going to take one out of the stack and you're going to pass it around. Everybody's going to take one.
Does it have to be in order?
Nope. Just grab one. Top, middle, bottom, doesn't matter. All right, so these are the actual checklists for this particular skill, range of motion shoulder. That's what we're learning right now. These are the actual checklists. If you get all of these check marks, congratulations. Great job, 100%. Got it? Okay. So when you're looking at this, there's 13 different steps that have to be done. Now, pay attention because this is important. Do you see how number 12 has a line, but then it has 1, 2, 3, 4 things under it? Because it's all together under that one line, if you miss this one right here, you don't get credit for any of it. Ooh, that could get important, right? So all of these that have, multiple points underneath, you have to get all of them to get credit for any of them. So this is your checklist. So if you're going to do this, you could learn all 13 steps, plus the substeps as well. That would take a little bit of time. Or you could learn 5 steps. Which one would you want to do? 13 plus or 5? 5. That seems a whole lot easier, right? So that's what this is up here. So how do we know what to do with each patient?
The care plan.
Care plan, and that was skill rules, wasn't it? We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan, so help us God. All right, so we have skill rules. Now we're going to learn the opening in just a minute. We're going to learn glove rules on Wednesday, and we're going to learn the closing in just a minute. So that leaves range of motion. Now, when you're looking at this whole thing right here, which you can see up here, if you notice, the opening is green. So this, and these 3 are all covered under the opening. Learn it once, it takes care of all of those checkpoints. Red is the closing. So this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one are all covered under the closing. We're going to learn that in a few minutes. So if you learn the opening and you learn the closing, and we already know skill rules, we follow the care plan, right? So that means all that's left are those 5 steps. That's all you have to learn for range of motion. Make sense? Okay. So when we're learning these principles, understand that it's one group of steps that are going to be used over and over and over and over in different skills. And that means that instead of learning all of those steps, we can just cut it down to a very quick and easy 5 steps. Good. So let's do that together. So greet resident, address by name, and introduce self. Who has something? What color is that? Green. Green. So who has the opening? Okay, so you are now responsible for greeting the resident, addressing by name, and introducing self. Right? So anytime we have a skill with the opening, we're going to think of you. Provide explanations to resident care before beginning and during care. So that's under the opening as well. We got to tell them what we're doing and get their permission. So exercise only the correct joints and only the correct side. This is a skill. Who has that? Okay, you are now skill rules. For now forward, anything specific to the care plan is all you. These are going to be the range of motion specific ones. So who has range of motion? Okay, you now represent range of motion. So later on in the program, when we're learning range of motion, and you can't remember what step, she's going to have them studied, so she'll be able to point you in the right direction. Ask resident about preferences during care. Who has the opening? That's you. Refrain from touching resident until hands are clean. This is going to be super important. We're going to learn this in a few minutes, and that's all you. Ask resident about comfort or needs during care. Who's closing? We're going to learn about the 8 C's of the closing here shortly. A lot of C's on the closing. We're going to announce self or knock before entering room. And this sets the students up because it's way over here at the end. Shouldn't that be like way over here at the beginning? Mm-hmm. A lot of our openings are graded at the end of the skill. Refrain from addressing the resident using terms other than a name like honey, sweetie, darling, dear. If you have that habit, stop it. We only use Mr. or Mrs. Jones on the exam. We're going to close privacy curtain before providing care. That is also on the opening. We're going to leave the resident covered with a top sheet at completion of care. That is the closing. We're going to leave the call light and leave the bed in low position. So if you do all of these steps, congratulations, we just got 100% on range of motion. And it's really, even though there's 13 steps here, when I start to teach them to you, it looks super easy because we're going to group those steps. Okay. Now here's the problem. I am going to make this look super easy. I've been doing this for a very long time. I went to nursing school back in the late 80s, early 90s. A long time ago. So I've been doing this for over 30 years. This is not hard for me. I can do this in my sleep. It is not going to be as easy for you because you're new. Eventually it will be, but not right now. The problem is you're going to sit over there and you're going to watch me do something and you're going to think to yourself, oh, that's easy. I've got it. I'm going to tell you, no, you don't. You have to practice every single one of these skills. No matter how easy you think they are, you've got to do them. How many of you guys have a driver's license? Do you remember taking the driving test? Okay. Now, imagine going to take the driving test, but you've never once sat behind the wheel of a car. How successful do you think you'd be? No, you needed to park, right? You needed to back into that mailbox and run over the curb and turn that turn signal on 4 miles before you turn, right? You got to make this little mistake in order to learn. Does that make sense? Okay, this is where you make mistakes. If you don't practice these skills and then you go take the test and you perform them without ever having practiced them, you're not going to be successful because I make it look easy. It's not as easy as I make it look. Good. So we will have practice time built into each class after week 2. First 2 weeks, I have way too much to tell you. I have to teach you before I give you time to practice. So you're not going to get any practice time in the first 2 weeks. After that, you will. You will have built-in practice time on each class. But if you look at the back of your ID badge, you'll also see that the practice room is open on class days from 1:30 until 4. So you can get study groups. You can decide to stay after and practice, and you'll be able to come in and practice for a month after graduation as well. But you need to be in uniform with your ID badge on. That's how we know who belongs here. Okay, good. Questions? All right, so first 2 weeks, no inside practice time. I got too much to teach you. After 2 weeks, a little bit of practice time. It'll get a little bit longer as we go through, but remember, you always have practice outside of class times as well on Mondays and Wednesdays. All right. Let's go. All right, so when we're learning these principles, these 4 are going to be in every single skill we learn. So opening, right? Closing, right? Skill rules, right? And who has glove rules? Okay, you 4 are super busy. You're going to be every single skill you are involved in. We have to figure out if we're going to wear gloves for every skill. Not every skill needs gloves. I'm going to explain to you how to know the difference, but we have to evaluate what we use every skill. We have to always follow the skill rules. Care plan, absolutely. Opening is done at the beginning of every single skill we do. We evaluate gloves and we do the closing at the end. So these 4 skills or these 4 principles are found in every single skill that we do. They're super busy, hard-working skills. Okay. The other steps are going to vary. Now, there are some that take up almost every single one of these, like partial bed bath. With partial bed bath, we follow the care plan. We do our opening. We're going to evaluate gloves. We need barrier. We need privacy blanket. Linen rules apply. Skill roll, washing rules, basic cleaning, skill specific, and then the closing. A lot of steps. We aren't even going to go there until week 3. Because I have to teach all of these to you first. But by the time we get there on week 3, you're going to go, oh, that's easy. Because you know the principles. Okay? So you guys kind of see how we're going to go through this program, how we're going to make this work. So you have access to all of these on page 19 of your skills book. So now, the puzzle piece that you picked out, I want you to take a picture of it. That is your puzzle piece. I want you to know that puzzle piece.
It's 2. Even the one
No, just take one. Just take one. Yeah. So this is going to be you. You're going to be working hard. You're really going to be working hard. Okay. So you are going to learn this. Forwards and backwards. Upside down and inside out. And by the time I'm done with you at the end of week 4, you should be able to tell me everything about your principle, and you should be able to help others when they get stuck. You are going to be the expert on your principle. So if you can't remember, do I need gloves or not, you're going to ask her, because she is the master of glove rules, and she's going to know it inside and out. Right? And this is how we're going to help each other learn the skills. Good. I'm all about getting you involved. All right, so when we're learning all this, please remember it's care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. CNAs do normal, principles guide performance. Above everything else, it's all about the patient and report everything to the RN. I wanted to remind you of that because we're actually going to get into start learning these principles now. Okay? So before I get into the opening and explain what that is, let's talk about the patient experience, page 13. How many of you guys have ever been a patient? Okay. Yeah, you guys, anybody ever been sick? Ugh. What does sick do to your mood?
Tired.
Moody. Grumpy. Oh man, I get super grumpy. I'm sick. I am the person that wants to lay on my couch with Hallmark movies. Bring me what I want now anyway. I don't want anything to do with you. Just bring me what I want. Right? Get grumpy. Yeah. So isn't it fair to assume that your patients are also going to be grumpy, right? We tend to, in healthcare, we tend to have this, I don't know, great mindset, right? Where all your patients are going to be awesome and Dr. McGree hanging out at the end of the hallway. We tend to romanticize this. Remember that we are seeing our patients on the worst day of their life. And we shouldn't expect them to be nice or to be accommodating or to be anything, really. Sick patients have a right to be sick, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that. So, what's the one thing you need when you're sick? Rest. Yes, you're rest. You need rest. Anybody ever been a patient at a hospital? It's like impossible to rest. There are strangers who walk into your room all hours of the day and night. And if that wasn't bad enough, you've got staff out in the hallway who think it's a great time to run 100-meter race, and lots of noise. It's just absolutely horrible. So the one thing you need when you're sick is rest, and the one place you'll never get it is at the hospital. What does sleep deprivation do to your mood?
Cranky.
Oh my gosh, we've already got grumpy, and now we're going to have cranky. Right? That doesn't sound like a recipe for best friends. All right. Yeah, absolutely. Ultimate. Yeah. So we have to kind of think about what the patient is going through during this process. Okay. First of all, and I love this. Okay. I'm tired. I have been working non-stop. I'm working on the 5th edition of the book, which was supposed to be done today, and it's not. Stress levels like up here. I just had a conference I had to go to. I'm trying to create a whole new lesson on dementia. I'm starting up CPR again. So I just got my instructor status. I got to go Friday to get my final checkup, and I'll be teaching. So I got a lot of things going on. Fair to say, right? I need a vacation, like seriously. But I can't call up my local hospital and say, hey guys, I really need a break. And I book a room for maybe over the weekend, something with a view, right? They're going to laugh at me because you can't just call up and make a reservation. Hospitals are not a place to go and relax. Fair enough? Fair? All right. So if I need to go, if I want to go get admitted to the hospital, I've got to prove that I'm sick enough to be there. So I'm really going to go into the ER because I can't call make up a reservation. I'm going to go into the ER. Now my job is to prove to them that I'm sick enough to let them in. Their job is to not let me stay. And most of the time they do their job better than I do mine. So I go into the ER and I tell them, hey, I'm sick, I'm worn out, I'm just at my wit's end. They're not going to admit me. Yeah, they're not. Let them go home. Yeah, that's not where you belong. In order to get you bed in the hospital, you have got to be sick enough to out-sick everybody else. Does that make sense? It's a competitive injury. So that means we put the sickest people in our community in one place. One place. You want to know where the germs are in Spring Hill? Right down the road in that building. Because the sick people take their germs with them. Good. That means that your patient is fighting something off. Whether it's illness or injury, their immune system is currently working overtime. Now, they also understand that they are in a facility with lots of other sick people. And what do you think happens if you bring that person whose immune system is already overworked, right? Something from her. Her immune system isn't going to be able to fight it off because her immune system is already busy with her own problems. So this is a very dangerous place for our patients. You guys see that? So it's up to us to know infection control inside and out, upside down, so that we're not putting our patients at risk. Now the problem is, for healthcare workers, we tend to look at infection control the other way. We look at it as that person's sick, I don't want that. Well, you got a healthy immune system. You're not the one we need to be worried about. That person's neighbor is the one we need to be worrying about. So we've got to make sure that we've got our thought processes in the right place. Make sense? So we've got a patient who is sick, their immune system's working overtime, they're grumpy, they're sleep deprived, and they're probably a little self-absorbed because they're thinking about themselves and what's going on. And oh my gosh, how is this going to affect my work? How is this going to affect my life? Who is feeding my class? What is my significant other doing while I'm over? Right? Where's my phone charger? So all of these things are going through their mind, and they're probably also worried about how am I going to pay this bill? Because healthcare is not free. So they got a lot going on. Do you think it's fair to say that they might miss a thing or two that you have to say in all of that turmoil? Grumpy, grouchy, sleep deprived, self-absorbed. Make sense? You follow me? All right, but it gets worse. It gets way worse. Because every patient in the hospital thinks they're dying. Just ask them, they'll tell you. I think I'm dying. And if you make a face when you're taking the blood pressure, they're going to pick up on it and go, what does that mean? Am I okay? What does that mean? They're going to start freaking out on you. So you've got to make sure that you are in the right mindset for this. You can't answer that question. If I ask you, am I okay? Because you made a face, you can't answer that question. Because if you say, yes, you're fine, everything's fine, doctor comes in an hour later and says, oh, you've got terminal cancer. Well, she said I'm fine. Right? So you can't say, oh, no, you're going to die with a terminal cancer because you're not a doctor. You got to be really careful here. So we've got to make sure that we understand our role here. Does that make sense? So if you're having a bad day, leave it at home. Don't bring it in with you. Because if you're scowling, the patient will always think it's related to them. Because we're dying, just ask them, they'll tell you. Okay, make sense? They're worried with every good right to be worried. But wait, there's more. Okay. When we're dealing with patients and they're sick and grumpy and all of these other things that they are, we want to make sure that we're not just caring for them, we're also caring about them. And it's really easy to get off track here, really, to get in the day-to-day. You know, I get the vital signs when I'm 12, I gotta do this when I'm 14. You get caught up in routine. But a big portion of what we do is helping our patients feel cared about. Because sometimes the nurses just don't have the time for it. And if your patient doesn't feel cared about, that is going to influence their overall opinion of the whole facility. And I'll give you a great example. Without giving me a name, be very careful here, no names. Do you guys all have a hospital that you absolutely would not go to? Raise your hand. Yep, that's pretty consistent. About 75% of the classes will say they have. Don't say names. Because I'm going to point something out to you. Think of a hospital that you are not willing to go to. You wouldn't even send your sick dog there, right? Think of that hospital, put it in your mind. Was it the parking lot you didn't like? Was it the color of the walls you didn't like? The layout? What was it that you didn't like?
The staff.
There it is, the staff. And it probably wasn't even the whole staff, because I guarantee you didn't meet every single person who works at that facility. You judged an entire building on the actions of one or two individuals. And you condemned an entire building with 500 plus employees off the actions of one or two individuals. And you probably even told other people, don't go to that place on the actions of one or two individuals. Is it possible on a bad day you might be that one or two individual? Mm-hmm. We've got to be careful, because especially healthcare, if your patients have a less than positive experience with you, they judge the entire facility. That's a lot of power, guys. It is a lot of power. Does that make sense? Because when you're judging a facility, you are not judging on the parking lot, the color of the walls, the hallways. You're not even judging on the, in most cases, actual physical care that you got. It was the people that provided that care. Mm-hmm. Yeah, isn't that scary? So we've got to make sure that we understand our role here. So helping patients feel cared for and cared about. So when we're doing our skills, especially the opening that I'm about to show you, that has to come through. If you're very wooden, hey, Miss Jones, my name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to do whatever. Is that okay? Does your patient feel cared about? No. And chances are you're going to get a no from them. You know, if you're asking for permission, they're probably going to give you a no, because they don't feel like you want to be there, like you're engaged. Does that make sense? So you've got to try to balance your own personal and professional life, so that what's happening in your personal doesn't bleed over into professional. Because remember, your patients will take it personally. They will.
Is there an AC bathroom?
Yes, it's warm in here, isn't it? I know it's a lot of noise for one small room. All right, so any questions on the patient experience? So you can read this on your own, page 15. This is differences count. I'm just going to sum this up pretty quickly. Every patient is different. Don't assume that one patient you're caring for is like another. If you've got 4 diabetic patients, they're all different. They are all different. So we have to be careful not to make generalities. Just remember they're all different. We talked about corrections already. All right, so let me get back here. We're going to talk about, let me see if I can find it. All right, where is it? We got all of these little buttons. There we go. There. All right. So this paper that you guys have right here, the very first one. This I want you to pay attention to. This is a free ebook that's on my website. It's for your CNA.com/ebook. Super easy. This is free. You download, you sign up, it sends it to your email, you download it as a PDF. So you have to have a PDF reader to read it. I do not have physical copies of this book. It is only available in ebook format because if I print it, then I've got to charge for it. Right? Printing is expensive. So this is ebook format. You're going to want to get this to help you with the written tests. I call it test coaching because I'm teaching you how to read the question, look for what they're actually looking for, evaluate the answers. So I'm kind of coaching you through it, but I also cover the 5 main topics on the written test. So you're going to want to take a look at that. Okay? All right. All right. Sorry, guys. I know you're having trouble hearing us. Oh, I'm so sorry. I will work on the audio portion of this. I do apologize. And everybody's complaining about the audio. I'll work on that before Wednesday's class. I'm so sorry. New setup. Always something. Always something. All right. So now let's figure out how we're going to go through this program. So this is your syllabus. You have this on here. So you'll notice the syllabus has 4 columns to it. Each row is a class. So this is class 1 Monday today. This is what we're going to learn in class today. These are lessons that we're going to go through today. This is your homework for tonight. And then these are some additional activities that we may or may not get to as we go through the program, depending on time. So look, we're going to learn skill rules today. Well, we did that first off, right? We learned skill rules. We're going to learn the opening and closing soon. We're going to learn hand washing and indirect care. I know, we got an hour left. This seems like a lot of information. Here, we've already talked about the CNA exam, we talked about delegation, test and care plans, and the principles. So we've covered all that. Homework, we're going to get into in just a few minutes, and then additional activities. Care plan activity on page 12, we already did. We talked about corrections. We're going to get into indirect care in a minute. And we've talked about skills grading as well. So what's left is warm, dark, and moist, which we're going to get into with hand washing in a few minutes. So you can kind of see going across what we're going to accomplish in each class. There is no busy work in this class. I am not going to sit over here and play whatever game is available to me while you guys read stuff in the book and do homework. And that's not what this class is about. You can do that at home. Every minute that we're here, we're going to be engaged in learning, not busy work. So if you're going to be absent on Wednesday for whatever reason, you would want to look through here and watch the videos. Attend the live stream if you can. Watch the videos. These are the lessons, homework, and additional activities. Got it? Questions? See how to read this? Let's talk about homework. So homework, you're going to read a chapter in this book. So chapter 1 tonight. Over the weekend, always 2 chapters. So Wednesday's homework, chapter 2 and 3. So you'll read chapter 1 in the white book. Then you're going to take a test in the read chapter 1 in the yellow book, take the test in the white book. And yes, thank you. On page 132. And you'll notice that the test is 10 multiple choice questions and 10 matching based on the vocabulary. Okay, good. So that's what we're going to be doing. But just grading the test isn't, or just taking the test is enough. We need to grade it and figure out what we did wrong. Here's the thing. I don't care about grades. I'm probably the only teacher on the planet that does not care about grades. Don't care. Because if I'm a body laying in the bed in a year, I'm not going to look up at you and say, hey, what did you get on chapter 4? Your patients don't hear what you got on chapter 4. They hope that you learn enough about chapter 4 that you're going to be able to recognize when they're having a stroke and report it to the nurse. Right? Make sense? I don't care about grades. So I want you to do the reading, take the test, and then on the very last page of the book is your answer key. Grade the test. Make sure that you understand the material. If you get something wrong, go back and reread it and take the question again. When you come in on Wednesday, I'm going to go right down my list. I'm going to say, Mariah, how did you do on chapter 1? You're going to tell me how many you got wrong. Very good. And that's what I want. I'm hoping everybody tells me that they got hundreds. That tells me that you understand the information. Now, if you tell me I got a 70, I'm going to ask you what questions did you have a hard time on and what can we go over to make sure that you get the information. So if you're reporting anything less than 100, that triggers me that you're not getting something. Good? Questions? So that's the homework. So 1 chapter on Mondays, 2 chapters over the weekend to have a little bit more time. All right, so let's talk about how to use the study guide. So I told you a little while ago that I took these checklists and I filtered them through an RN brain, right? So if you go to page 35, in the white book, sorry, I should specify, in the white book, at the top of the page, you're going to see the care plan. What do we know about the care plan? Follow it. There we go. This is the testing care plan. So that doesn't send you any curveballs. If you get measure, record, pulse, the care plan is going to say, patients lying in bed with a skill, take the patient's radial pulse, measure down the wrist, 1 full minute, and record those readings. That's what your care plan will say. Tells you exactly what to do. Below that are your supplies, followed by step instructions. There's 16 steps to this skill. It's a lot of steps. But this is very detailed. Tells you exactly what to do. Exactly. Step 1, read care plan. Exactly what to do. Nothing left to chance here. So, if you've got live human at home, go home and hand them this book and say, read each step out loud. So your live human's going to go read care plan, not identify patient and introduce self. You'll do that. And then they say, explain procedure to resident, get consent. You'll do that. So this is a way of practicing and making sure that you're doing it correctly. Were you ever at school and they told you to go home and practice something? And then you got home and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. This doesn't help me, right? It doesn't ensure any confidence because you don't know if you're practicing right. This makes sure you're practicing right. Good? Makes sense? The problem is when you have this care plan on this exam, there are no supplies. You see that? There's no supplies. You have to learn the supplies. It doesn't tell you the steps. You've got to learn the steps. Questions? All right. So our supply list is going to be located below the care plan. Then you've got step-by-step instructions that match up exactly to the grading checkpoints. And then you've got a small little question box to make sure that you've got the information you need to get. If you're able to answer these questions, you've got a pretty good grasp on the skill itself. At the bottom of the page is skill specific information. There we go. Skill specific information for the test. So here you can see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 5 minutes or less. This is going to be important when we start talking about skills timing next week. But every skill has an amount of time that somebody with your level of experience should be able to perform the skill today. Next to that, it tells you who your patient's going to be. Remember, most of the time it'll be another testing student, but there are 4 skills we use a mannequin for. So you'll see that at the bottom of the page. You'll also see where that patient is going to be, chair or bed. If you know that, then when you're practicing for the test, you can set it up just like the test. And then after that, it tells you whether charting was required. If charting is required, it's also going to tell you your normal values and how far off you can be for the state exam. Okay. All right. So that's how we're going to use this book. We also have theory lessons in the book that are related to the skills. We'll get into that as we go. Courses.foryourcna.com is where your course is. This is you have access to this course, or you will after today. I'm going to send out the invites. When you click on the accept invitation, it's going to take you to this website. It'll bring you to a page where you're going to sign up. Skip the login. You guys don't have a login yet. You're going to sign up. And that's going to give you access to all of the course. So throughout this book, we have theory lessons. This is one of them. This is the opening. I'm going to explain to you how this opening works and why each step is important. You can follow along on page 20. When you're looking at this book, if you see this, looks like a little video platform thing, that means I have a video on this, animated video. You can go watch that video. Remember, they're on YouTube, the main website, and embedded in the course as well. So this tells us we have a video for this. I'm not going to show it to you. I'd rather talk. So there are several steps to the opening, but I'm going to give you an overview. This is what your opening should sound like every time you do it. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to insert name of skill here. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. Now, each one of those steps is super important. We're going to break it down into every individual step so you can understand why. So every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Every time. Now, there's a couple of reasons for this. Remember, I said that our patients are sleep deprived. They're already grumpy and they're sleep deprived. Well, one of the reasons they're sleep deprived is because there's a whole bunch of strangers that come in and out of their room, right? Your patient is laying there. They're not dressed for company. They're in a strange place surrounded by strange people. Usually, family is not there 24/7. This is a scary place. And you've got a bunch of strangers that are coming at your bedside. Tell you what, if I'm laying in my bed at home and a stranger comes to my bedside, I'm hitting first and asking questions later, and we seem to think that this is totally normal in a clinical setting. Your patient is not going to be able to rest well, especially if those strangers start inflicting pain. Can you imagine laying there drifting off to sleep, and the next thing you know, your eyes pop open, and there's somebody standing with a sharp object in their hand, getting ready to stab you with it? You're probably not going to be very trusting. And yet we do that to patients in the clinical setting all the time. Phlebotomists will come in and start taking blood when the patient's still asleep. That does not help trust relationships with our patients. Your patient has to feel a little bit safe in their space. So anytime we enter the patient's room, we knock every time. I don't care if you just walked out of the room to go get something. When you're coming back in, you need a courtesy knock. that patient has to feel that they have some control over their space. Does that make sense? We have to remember that we're not in our facility, we're in their room. Good? So we kind of have to rewrite our thinking a little bit here. So we're going to knock every time. Now, in the test, we don't have to wait for it to come in. It's kind of an open door policy type thing. It's a courtesy knock. But in a clinical setting, if that door is closed, guys, don't just barge in. There are things in life you cannot unsee. Okay? So knock, wait. If you don't hear anything after a couple of seconds, shut the door a little bit. Announce yourself. Hey, it's Patty, the CNA. Can I come in? Everything okay? Give them some time to, figure out what they want or finish up whatever they're doing. And don't just barge in. Now, if you don't hear anything, then investigate a little further. Hey, I'm coming in. Because they may be, on the floor, or they may have had a heart attack or something like that. So I give a courtesy knock. If the door is closed, I wait. If I don't hear anything, I usually knock again. Then I'll crack the door and announce myself, and then I'm coming in. Okay? Does that make sense? For the test, we simply have to knock once. That's it. We don't have to wait for a come in. Now, once we've knocked, then we're going to enter and address our patient by name. This is important. If you look at those checklists that I showed you before, it actually says on every single checklist, address resident by name. There is no ID band, wristband for the test. We're going to address people by name. Now, for the test, we're going to use Mr. or Mrs. Jones. One name makes it super easy. Mrs. Jones now. Congratulations. We're just going to make it super easy. But in a clinical setting, I don't like first names. I feel that we've gotten a little too familiar in our society. And I think that it kind of affects the respect that patients have for healthcare workers. I don't use first names, generally speaking. I will keep to a last. Hi, Mrs. Hopkins. Hi, Mr. Bennett. I will use. Now, if you say, oh, you can call me Charlie, then I'm going to call him Mr. Charlie. Okay. Yeah, I want that separation. I want that professional gulf there. It kind of keeps things from getting muddy. Does that make sense? But for the test, we absolutely, positively have to address them by name. But you guys are all familiar with that. If you go to a doctor or a walk-in clinic, they don't give you an ID band. They put you in a room. They forget about you for like an hour. And then somebody finally wanders in with a chart, and they probably ask you, what's your name? Or they read the name off the chart, and if it's not you, you're going to speak up and say, that's not me. Because you don't want whatever they got planned for that other person, right? So we do this already. It's no different in a clinical setting. ID bands are always secondary. Nothing to take the place of a patient telling you who they are. Now, some of you are thinking, but wait. What if they can't tell you? What if they have dementia? What if they're comatose? What if they can't tell you? Well, if they can't tell you, then the nurse is aware of that when she did her assessment, and she would have put on the how to identify. So we have a whole process for that. Okay. Start to see that care plan kicking again. All right. So every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. And then we're going to identify our patient. Hi, Mrs. Jones. Now, I personally like to find out a little bit about how my patient is doing. So I will usually throw in a, how are you today? How are you feeling? Something along those lines. Because if my task is to get that patient up and walking, I need to know how they are before we're walking. So I usually will ask, hey, how you doing today? Everything going okay? And then I will tell them who I am and what I'm here for. Okay? So I like to, it's not required, but I like to throw in there somewhere. How are you? Again, they need to feel cared about as much as cared for, and this helps with that. Good? So far we have, hi, Miss Jones. How are you doing today? My name is Patty. Now, if I just walked in and said, hey, I'm Patty. So, are you Patty to bring some cookies? I like Patty. Or are you Patty to bring some needle? Not so much. Right? So, just going in and saying your name means absolutely nothing to your patient. You need to tell them your name and title. Very important. So, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today, because that helps the patient develop an idea of what you're there for, what role you're about to play in their life. Okay? And then I'm going to tell them what I'm there to do. Now, for the test, you're going to be nervous. You absolutely will be nervous. So, for the test, remember, you have that care plan, right? You can go with the care plan and you can pick it up. Hi, Miss Jones. How are you? My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to measure and record pulse. Is that okay? Certainly okay to do for the test. I would prefer that you have a little bit more personality rather than just reading it off of here. But I understand you're going to be nervous for the test. Perfectly acceptable. So if you find yourself in a bind and you don't know what to do, just read it right off of the care plan. But you're not grading on the terminology you use. You can say, I'm here to get their vital signs. I'm here to count your pulse. I'm here to measure and record pulse. However you want to say it, it's fine. But you have to get the point across. And then we're going to ask the most important question in healthcare. Is that okay? Your patient has the right to refuse any skill at any time for any reason. Period. Period. If your patient says no, you are hands off. If you touch a patient, let me back that up. If you touch a person, no matter where they are, when you don't have their consent, that's battery. Just because we put you in a building does not change the patient's rights. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. You have to get consent. Now, some of you are going, wait. What about dementia patients? Well, remember, the nurse has done an assessment and written up a care plan, and that will be addressed in the care. We don't have to invent that wheel. The nurse will tell you what to do. Okay? But for all competent patients, you have to get permission. Once we get permission, remember for the test, you're going to be pleasant, cooperative, and you. The only word you know is yes. So you're going to, for the test, it's going to be super easy. You just go through the motions, and once you get that consent, then we're going to close the curtain. So far, as you tell me this. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am here to insert name of skill here. Is that okay? Fantastic. I'm going to go close the curtain. So let's talk about the curtain for a second. Instead,
Are we supposed to tell them to wash your hands too?
we're going to get there.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to turn this real quick because my, there we go. My thing back. Okay. So I've done my whole opening. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? They said yes. So I'm going to tell them that I'm closing the curtain. But I can't do the curtain before all of that. Because if I come in the room right away and close this curtain and then say, hi, Mrs. Jones, my name is Patty, I'm your CNA today, what I've done is made it very difficult for them to refuse. That's a psychological key that says, I don't really care what you want this done or not. Does that make sense? So we need to get permission before we close the curtain. Now let's think about this curtain for a second.
Patients in bed, cough, and sneeze. Now, those secretions are held out of the body at a high rate of speed, which means that some of them are going to land on this curtain. Patients in bed will scratch what itches and then touch the curtain as they get out of bed. Family and friends are scratching their butts in the elevator, and then they're going to touch the curtain. Healthcare workers will empty the urinary drainage bag with gloves on, get urine all over their gloves, and then they touch the curtain. Is this curtain clean?
No.
Ever?
It's
No.
really
Yeah, these actually get taken down about once a year and physically laundered. Now, there's no shade on housekeeping. Housekeeping does a tremendous job. That's not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is you need to understand the pathological considerations here. Okay? Good? Make sense? Okay. Housekeeping will spray it with a spray.
Oh, so much.
Yeah. So if you're going to touch this curtain, what's the next thing you would like to do with your life? Oh, yeah. Yeah, those two things should be tied to your brain forevermore. I wash hands after I touch the curtain. If I touch the curtain, I must wash my hands. So, let me show you how to wash your hands. All right, when we are washing hands, dirty hands touch dirty faucet. I think this is the dirtiest thing in the bathroom because we touch the faucet with dirty hands all the time. Okay, so dirty hands, dirty faucet, no problem there. You want to get water that's comfortable. You'll never get water hot enough to clean, say, kill germs, because that would be boiling. You can't wash your hands with boiling water, guys. So comfortable is all I'm looking for. When I turn the water on, I'm going to wet my hands and then put soap on. That order is important. You must wet your hands before applying soap. Otherwise, the soap does not spread adequately. So we're going to turn the water off. Wet hands. We're going to get some soap. And we're going to get lots of soap because we are graded on bubble production. I am not kidding. So we're going to start putting our hands together. When we do, we're going to look at the clock right above our head, test center. We're going to roll the top to the wrist, the back to the hand, in between the fingers, in between the thumb and index finger on both hands, and the bottom of the hand by the pinky. And then the palm of the hand interlacing the fingers. So we're cleaning all surfaces. You have to do this for at least 20 seconds, minimum. Then, once you've washed for at least 20 seconds minimum, you'll go down each one of your nails with your thumb to clean your cuticles, both sides. See all those bubbles? We're going to circle our nails with the palm of our hand to clean underneath the nails. And then we're going to rinse. And when we rinse, you don't want to touch the faucet or the sink. After rinsing your hands, here's the hardest part. Don't shake. We're going to clap. When I clap, where's water go? When I shake, where's water go? I'll talk about that in a minute. I'm going to get a couple of paper towels, whatever I use on my hands. If you want 10, use 10. If you want to, use 2. Nobody cares. But we're only going to dry wet clean. Notice this up here is wet. Did I wash up here? If I take these paper towels and I go up here and then come back down here, what did I do? Yeah. So we only want to dry what's clean. We're going to throw that away. Clean dry paper towels to turn our faucet off. Now the reason that we have to use a clean dry paper towel is because wet paper towels tend to rip. And if you use that wet paper towel that you just dried your hands off with, and it rips. Remember, the dirtiest thing in the room is that faucet. So if you use that wet paper towel, you dried your hands off with it to turn the faucet off and it rips, and you don't realize it,
you have been just recontaminating your hands with the dirtiest thing in the bathroom. Make sense? Let's talk about this. So pathogens, which are all bad guys, viruses, bacteria, fungi, all the bad guys. Pathogens need, most of them, need 3 things to thrive in an environment: warm, dark, moist. So bathrooms are usually 2 or 3 degrees warmer than any other environment because we don't like to get chilled when we get out of the shower. So there's not a lot of AC flowing into a bathroom, right? It's usually a little warmer. Bathrooms are usually dark because we turn the faucet off or turn the light off when we leave the bathroom. So we have warm, we have dark. Now, when you do this, you created little pockets of moisture all in that environment, and we know pathogens live there because we take them there every day and drop them off. Okay? So when you create little pockets of moisture in that environment, those pathogens will proliferate, they'll multiply, they'll grow. You'll walk through those areas, and now you have pathogens on the bottom of your feet. You're spreading all around the facility. But even worse, you're taking them home with you at the end of the day. And remember, these are pathogens that are bad enough to make somebody sick enough to not be home. These aren't Walmart germs. These are bad germs. Do you really want these in your home? So by doing this, you're confining the moisture to one area, the sink. Good? Makes sense? This is hard to remember because we're so used to doing this or this. And please don't do this. This is not drying your hands. Okay. Good? Do you guys understand the opening? Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to do whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain. Wash your hands, and now that you have clean hands, you can get clean supplies. Now, I usually tell the patient, I'm going to close your curtain, go wash my hands, and I'll be right back. Now, the reason I'm telling the patient that, let's say that I come up to you, and you're the patient, and I say, Mariah, I say, hi, Mariah, my name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Do you feel like going for a walk? She's asking me if, well, I'm supposed to go with her. I'm supposed to follow. What do I do here? Yeah. Right? I've left her with a lot of questions. Now, if I had done that differently, hi, Mariah. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. Do you feel like going for a walk? Yes. Okay, I'm just going to close your curtain, wash your hands, and I'll be right back. Now she knows there's nothing she's got to do. She can just sit there and relax and wait for me, right? So that's the importance of a few words. Remember, those words are going to be graded under indirect care. Does that make sense? Everybody? All right, let's talk about indirect care now. So indirect care, a lot of people define indirect care as the way you're treating the patient while you're doing the skills, but it's actually a lot more technical than that. It's a good way to kind of introduce you to it, but it's a little more technical than that. So I'm going to pick on you because I always pick on the person in that chair. I don't want you to take anything I say or do personally over the next couple of minutes. I'm just going to demonstrate to you 2 things real quick. But I want you to be cooperative. Okay? All right. Everybody good? You see me? All right. So I'm going to show you 2 CNAs. And you're going to tell me at the end of this demonstration which one you would want if you were the patient. Okay, so if you're the patient, which one of these would you want and why? And we're going to get into very detailed specifics in just a minute. Okay, so this is CNA 1. Hey, Ms. Jones, my name is Patty. I'm CNA today. I'm going to get your pulse. Is that all right? My hands are clean. Start. Stop. Is there anything else you want here? Call it there. Wash your hands, document, my spell is done. How many of you guys have seen that CNA out there? Do we need it more than?
No.
Do you think we can do a little better?
Yeah.
All right. So this is CNA number 2. Now pay attention to what's different. Okay, pay attention to the specifics. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good.
Fantastic. I need to get your vital signs. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to go close the curtain, wash my hands, and I'll be right back. I have minutes. Okay, Ms. Jones, can you rest your arm on the table for me? This is going to take me about a minute, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? And start. Stop. Very good. Is there anything else I can do? Would you like to ask me before I go? Okay, all I just there, we'll pretend you can reach it. You got to open the curtain, wash my hands, document my reading, tell the evaluator my skill is done. So if you were the patient, which one would you want? Yeah, it's personal. Nobody wants to be a number one different. So what was different? Okay, so attitude is what most people say, but let's get a little more specific. Oh, yeah, we'll come back to that. But let's start there. Eye contact. Do you guys remember way back 3 hours ago? We learned that half of the CNA's job is observation and reporting. You guys remember that? Half of our job is observation and reporting. If you aren't making eye contact, you are not making observations. That's how important eye contact is. And it's graded under indirect hearing. So eye contact, big one. What was yours? I think it was explanation.
Oh no, it was showing them that they care.
Okay, yeah. So how did we do that? How did that come across?
The magazine comments are very good for you.
Okay, so not rushing out of the room, making sure that their emotional needs are met. What? Positive attitude. Oh, let's talk about that one. The tone of voice. Is there a difference between the way not just tone of voice, what about rate of speech? Did you notice how fast CNA 1 talked?
Yeah.
If you've got somebody on medication, somebody that is in a lot of pain, somebody that is distracted, do you really think they're going to pick up everything CNA 1 tried to say? Not at all. So by slowing down my approach, by maintaining eye contact, by facing the patient, by using a tone of voice, but also my facial expression. Did you notice that changed? What about how I walked? Was that different?
Yeah.
What did CNA 1 convey to the world?
I don't
want to be here. You are an inconvenience to my life. Yeah. So did CNA 2 portray that? No, CNA 2 portrayed professionalism. So let me give you a brief time out here and talk to you about professionalism. How many of you guys want to make the money you deserve? Good, all of you. Do you know why you don't make the money you deserve? Because CNAs have an image problem. CNAs have a professionalism problem. When you show up for work in scrubs that don't match, with holes and stains and tears, when you show up to work with an attitude, with an uncooperative spirit, with the portrayal that this is an inconvenience to you, you will not be taken as you're not going to be taken seriously, but you're not going to be taken as a professional. If you want professional wages, then you have to have a professional image. And CNAs have a serious image problem right now. So how do you fix it? Absolutely. I can't do it for you. I wish I could. I cannot do this for you. Now, I have a weekly YouTube show that I do every Thursday at 3, and I talk about this a lot. It's a national show. I talk about this a lot. But until you guys start holding each other accountable, this isn't going to change. It's not going to. So you got to figure out, how do you want to portray your professionalism? And it's going to come through in your tone of voice, in your facial expressions, in your rate of speech, in your posture, in your appearance. All of that is going to tell a story. You got to figure out what story do you want to tell, right? But it's also going to come through on the exam. The more professional you are on the exam, the better you score. Now, that brings up a question. Well, what do I have to wear on the same exam? Do I have to wear scrubs? The answer is no. You can show up and test in cutoffs and a tank top if you want to. The only dress code requirement is that you have closed-toed shoes. That's it. That's the only dress code requirement for the test. But there's something to look the part at the part. So if you want to be taken as a professional, you got to show up as a professional. So kind of keep these things in mind, but it all goes into that opening. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, your closing. So the opening is done at the beginning of every skill. The closing is done at the end of every skill, and that's going to be on page 22. Oh, I got to do this. I forgot about this. Okay. All right, before we go into the closing, let me show you this real quick. So this is a screenshot actually out of our course. Remember I said it's all interactive, right? So this is the lesson for the opening. There's a video there that walks you through all of the pieces of the opening that I just went through. It's all in animated format, so you can play around with it. But then below that is this. This is an interactive activity. So what we're going to do is put all of these steps in the right order. Can everybody see those 8 steps? Yeah. So let's see if we can put them in the right order. What do you think is the first step listed here? What is it?
No.
Are you sure?
Oh, read the planner.
Yeah.
Read the care plan.
True.
Yeah. Oh boy, I just tricked you, didn't I? So yes, the very first, I know it's hard to see with the banner. Yep. So the very first step for every single skill is to read the care plan. Absolutely. All right. So we made that number 1. What's our next step?
Knock on the door.
Knock on the door. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to knock. What's our next one?
Identify the patient.
Okay. Identify the patient by name. What's our next one? Okay. What's the next one?
Explain the task.
Okay. Next.
Close price.
All right. And then?
Wash your hands.
And they get supplies. Very good. Good job, guys. Do you see how we're making you part of the skill? We're putting you to work inside the online program. I do this for all principles and all skills as well. So it's a really easy way to practice before you're actually practicing. So you start to learn the steps and how they're going to be presented. All right, now let's go to page 22. All right, so I told you to rewrite this book, right? I'm in the 5th edition. This is one of the pages that changed. You don't have the new one yet because I didn't want to confuse you. Okay, so on this page, you can see the 6 C's of the closing. There's actually more than 6. But we're going to start here, okay? So for your purposes, the 6 C's of the closing, the first 4, the order doesn't matter. Nobody cares. knock them all out. So however you want to do this is fine, but there's very specific steps we have to take here. One of them is to make sure your patient is in a clean environment. Patients rest better when the environment is cluttered. And it's everyone's responsibility. Now, a lot of CNAs say, oh, that's housekeeping. I don't clean, not my job. No. Patient care is your job, and clean environment is part of patient care. Housekeeping will get floors, they'll clean the bathrooms, they'll do that. But you need to make sure that sheets are nicely arranged, that there's not a bunch of trash on the floor, that the government table is neatly arranged. You want to make sure the environment is neat and everything is easily accessible. Good? For the test, this is somewhat easy because there's not a whole lot of stuff on the table. The environment is pretty much clean, but you still have to look to see what can you do to clean the environment. You want to make sure that the bed is in the lowest position. Okay, so the bed has to be in the lowest position. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the program, but the bed should be in the lowest position. We're going to ask about comfort. Now, they actually need to hear this word. It's a checkpoint. They need to hear the word comfortable. Yeah. Are you comfortable? Now, we're also going to take that just one step further, because comfort can be physical, but comfort can also be emotional. How many of you guys do social media? On it, look at it, entertain yourself with it, right? Yeah. Okay. So, do you ever find yourself just sitting with absolutely nothing to do and don't pick up your phone?
No.
No. You rely on your phone for entertainment, for distraction. So what if tomorrow all cell phones went dead? Done. No cell phone.
Then you can find something else to do.
Okay. So you're not just going to sit there with nothing to do, right? That would be cool.
Yeah.
So you require some sort of stimulation, some sort of entertainment, distraction. And you're a human, aren't you? Do you know who else is a human? And they might need some sort of a distraction or entertainment or something, right? So we need to address that because physical comfort is part of it, but so is emotional comfort. So we can offer a magazine. We can ask them, would you like your cell phone? Do you have a cell phone charger? Want me to plug it in for you? Here's your TV remote. Something. You want to indicate that you understand the need for emotional support. Otherwise, the patient is literally just sitting there. And patients that sit there with nothing to concentrate on, they will come up with things for you to do. They absolutely will. And this is how it goes. Okay? I've seen this enough in my lifetime. This is how it goes. You get done with the skill. Are you good, Miss Jones? Everything okay? Oh, yeah, honey, I'm fine. And you walk out of the room. And Miss Jones is sitting there with nothing to do. Nothing good on TV. She doesn't have a crossword puzzle book. She's just sitting there with nothing to do. And after sitting there with nothing to do, she realizes, oh, I'm getting a little cold. Ooh, it's a little chilly in here. And she tries to wait it out, but she has nothing to focus on. So her entire attention is on the fact that she is cold. So she's not going to be able to tolerate that for very long. Before she gets on that call light, she calls you, and she says, I am cold. Oh, no problem. Let me get you a sweater. Go in the closet, you get her a sweater, you give it to her, and anything else? No, I'm fine. You walk out of the room. And she's sitting there, and she's like, I'm a little thirsty. And she has nothing to distract herself, so she's concentrating on the fact that she is thirsty. And after about 5 minutes, she's going to hit that call light. She's going to go, I'm so sorry, but I am really thirsty. Can you get me something to drink? No problem, Miss Jones. Let me get you a glass of water. Here you go. Anything else that you need? No, honey, I'm fine. Thank you very much. You walk out of the room. 5 minutes later, she's like, oh man, I probably shouldn't have drank that because now I got to pee. And she does nothing to distract herself, so she's going to wait about 5 minutes with that call light and say, oh, can you help me to the bathroom? Because now I've got to pee. Now, by now, you are like ready to throw her out the window because she was interrupting your workflow. You were trying to take care of other patients. And so when you're doing your closing, there's 2 things to help you. The first is don't rush, because if your patient feels like you are rushing, they are not going to bring anything else up. And they will get on the call light later. The second thing is make suggestions. Can I get you a sweater? How's the temperature? Do you need a bathroom break? Is your water good? Try to take care of everything you can while you're there. And that way, and emotional comfort, right? The crossword puzzle books, TV, cell phone, whatever they need to get them distracted. And that will allow you to focus your entire attention on somebody else. If you don't do that, your patients will call you back to the room a couple of 100 times. So the closing is probably even more important than the opening for time management. Does that make sense? Good. Remember, your patients have nothing to distract them. You have everything to distract you. So we're going to ensure the patient's in a clean environment, the bed is in a low position. We're going to ask about comfort. And for the test, we're just going to simply offer a magazine that shows that we understand the whole emotional component of this, right? You also need to give them their call lights. Now, call lights are just as dirty as curtains because patients in bed scratch the itches, right? So it doesn't matter whether you touch call light first and curtain first. Nobody cares. They're both dirty. What matters is after you've done all of that and you're done with the patient cooties, you go wash those cooties off. So you're going to clean your hands. But that has to happen after everything else. Good? If you go wash your hands and then come back to the patient and hand them the call light, you just cootied yourself right back up. And that's going to count under infection control. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So once you're done with the patient and you've washed your hands, you're done with the patient, don't go back. If you go back, what would you need to do again? Wash your hands. Documentation is going to come last, dead last, end of the skill. We have to document at the very end after we wash our hands because that pen goes home with you at the end of the day. You don't want to touch that pen with cootied up hands. So we're going to wash our hands, document it, and then we're going to wash again. Because documentation forms, that type of thing. Wash again, and that ends your skill. So a lot of steps for the closing. Your closing sounds like this. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Would you like a magazine? Sure. Are you comfortable? Here's your call. Pretend you can reach it. Environment is clean. I'm going to go open the curtain, clean my hands, chart if necessary, clean again. That's your closing. So a lot of steps to the closing. Good. So the opening we're going to do at the beginning of every skill. 20 opportunities in your life over the next couple weeks to master the closing or the opening. The closing is done at the end of every skill. 20 opportunities in your life to master that closing. So you guys, opening and closing, are going to be super, super busy. You show up in every single skill. Okay. Good. Questions? Lots of steps there. But the closing really can be kind of condensed down into the 6 Ds. The first 4, comfort, curtain, call light, clean environment. Comfort, curtain, call light, clean environment. And then clean your hands and chart. Questions? Questions? All right, so we already did hand washing. Oh, let's go back here. So here's the frequently missed areas when you're washing your hands. So the way you've been washing your hands your entire life is wrong. when you're washing your hands, go back and watch this video or watch my hand washing video. It has really good close-ups too. But the areas that we want to concentrate on is right here, this area between your thumb and index finger. This little web gets missed a lot, especially on the back side. This area back here gets missed a lot too. And then in between the fingers. We tend to do the fingertips pretty good, but in between the fingers. So you want to make sure that you're getting these areas really good for the test because they're looking for that. How long do you have to wash for?
30 seconds.
Minimum of 20. If you only do 19, you fail. Minimum of 20. So there's a clock right above the sink during the test. You need to use that clock. Don't sing. Those of you who sing, don't do that. Because when you're nervous, your singing speed is going to speed up. The evaluator, when you're testing and you put soap on your hands, you bring them together, the evaluator looks up there and she sees where that second hand is, 27. She actually writes 27 down on the paper. You finish up your hand washing, you go to rinse. She looks up there, or you got to move on to your nails. She looks up there, 42. 42 minus 27, not 20 seconds. You failed. Got it? It's that scientific. So make sure you're doing at least 20 seconds minimum. More is fine, but minimum of 20 seconds. That's just scrubbing. That does not count your nails. That's just scrubbing all of those areas. Just scrubbing all those areas. Yeah, don't touch the faucet or the sink. Good? Questions on this? Okay. Okay, so in your course, you're going to see a lesson for hand washing. You can take a look at that. And I've got that same activity for sequencing for hand washing as well. So you can go ahead and play around with that. On the course, you also have the checklist. So you can take a look at how the checklist works. There's the closing activity. We won't go through all that. What are we doing here? All right, so one last thing, and then I'm going to let you go. So page 30 talks about hand washing and simulations. So for the exam, for the state exam, you're going to wash your hands at the beginning and the end of the first skill. So you get your care plan, you read it, you do your opening, open the or close the curtain, wash your hands. Do your skill. Do your closing, wash your hands. End your skill, right? So we do 2 actual hand washings at the sink, whole thing, soap, water, and all of it. After that first skill is done, they're going to tell you can simulate hand washing. Simulate means say, I'm washing my hands. I'm just washing my hands.
After you do the first part.
They're going to tell you when you can simulate. Don't simulate until you're told.
Okay.
If you did something wrong on one of your hand washings, they may let you wash your hands one more time and grade that one. Right. So don't simulate until you're told, but simulate simply means say. Where do those evaluators want to be? In their pool, drinking their Mai Tais, and do not want to watch you wash your hands over and over and over again, and that's what this is all about. So to recap, remember what your homework is. Oops. Where's your homework here? Okay, please remember your homework. You're going to read chapter 1 in the yellow book, and you're going to put the test on page 132 of the white book and grade it. Before you go real quick, I've got something to give you, and I need to know what number you have on the front of your yellow book. Mariah. Y1. Karina. Zion.
Y.
Janice.
Y5.
Jennifer.
Y.
Rylan.
Y71.
Jashanti.
Y.
Alana. Oh, Alana. Sorry.
Y.
Desiree.
Y.
Allison.
Y.
Kristen.
Y.
Keely. Delia.
Y.
Okay, so it is Delia. Okay. All right. I'll have to change your badge. Is it, oh, it's so right? Okay, all right.
Mine is by 7. I don't
Oh,
know.
oh, that's right, yes, I'm sorry. And it's Rebecca Perez, right? And it was by 7?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, this was your review sheet. I give out these review sheets at the end of every class. This sums up everything that we went over. If you fill these out and you repeat them, it makes a great review right through the house. Please make sure that you put these here as these. And do not write in yellow. Anybody have any questions? Did I go too fast? Did I stress you out? All right, we will see you in class on Wednesday at 9 a.m. I only open up the room about 10 minutes before. If you're an early bird, go get some coffee. I'll see you at 9 o'clock on Wednesday. Thank you. Have a great day. Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys, YouTube world. I'm gonna go ahead and fine and sign off. We're here. Oh, tomorrow's game show. Don't forget tomorrow's game show at 11 a.m. on our YouTube channel. Wednesday we'll be here in class at 9 o'clock. Thursday, tune in tomorrow to find out about Thursday because I'm actually not going to do my live this week, and I'll tell you why. All right, see you guys later, and take care, guys.